Welcome. Admittedly, we've not previously had this large of a attendance of members of the public at least in the time that I have been on this board. So what I will ask, given the number of people that are here, if your sidebar conversations could be kept to a minimum. We are not limiting viewpoints, but I would like to limit volume. So that we can go ahead and get started. Everyone will be treated in a respectful manner, but again, if you could limit your sidebar conversations so that we have the opportunity to hear all of our speakers, I greatly appreciate that. And at 3:01, we will call to order the August regular meeting of the Cobb County Board of Elections and Registration. Again, the meeting is being called to order at 3:01. With that, I will ask or invite those that are willing and able to stand for the recital of the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a full house today. We generally limit both our virtual as well as our in-person number of public commenters to 12. We've reached that limit in both instances, 12 virtual, 12 in the room. So before we get started, is there a motion?
I move to reduce the time slot from 5 minutes to 3 minutes for our public speakers.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion? We will go ahead and entertain a vote. And again, it is noted on, just for purposes, those that have been here before, it is noted on the agenda, or I'm sorry, on the sign-up sheet that we do reserve the right in light of the number of attendees. So we'll go ahead and all those in favor of the motion? Of course. We can do voice votes if need be.
Try again.
Okay. All right, we will do a voice vote. Ms. Mossbacher?
Yes.
Ms. Effrett?
Yes.
I'm in favor, yes. Mr. Bruning?
Yes.
Ms. Fisher? Yes. Okay, thank you. We will go on to the approval of the agenda. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the agenda? Are there any proposed revisions or modifications? If there are none, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as provided.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bruning. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. It's been moved and properly seconded to approve the agenda as provided. I think we can do this via acclamation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, well, we will go ahead and get into our public comment again. There is a 3-minute limit for individuals that are providing public comment. I believe we have everyone online. They received the...
We have at least 10, right?
We have at least 10, okay, got it. Is there a Laura Judge? And I apologize. What we will do is we will go back and forth such that one person virtually, one person in the room until we go through our 24, assuming all of them join online and are present. Is there a Laura Judge online with us? Ms. Judge, if you are online, I guess unmute her and let us know you're here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Judge, and I'm a voter in Cobb County. I'm also a candidate in Cobb County for the 2024 election. I'm here today to express my concerns about the state election board rule related to election certification that was recently passed.
I'm sorry, Ms. Judge. I apologize for interrupting you. You all are shaking your head. Can you not hear her? She cannot make public comment. She didn't. Understood. She's not declaring her candidacy. She identified herself as a candidate. Mr. White.
She did identify herself as a candidate. I don't know that our board has any rule on public, no candidates not speaking. I think the people are thinking of the state elections board rule.
Right.
But to my knowledge, this board has never adopted that rule, so.
Right, and to be quite.
Actually, the BOC, I believe, has that rule.
Pardon?
I believe the BOC has that rule, which is maybe where the confusion is coming from.
Exactly. We do not have the same rules as the state election board. To be quite honest, I've never even seen the state election board bylaws. I've been requesting those, much probably like you all have. With respect to the BOC rules, those rules do not apply here. So.
And I just point out, we've had Senator Setzler.
Yes. Mr. Setzler has spoken,
like
Ms.
it's-
Reardon has spoken, I believe.
Well, they didn't
Ms.
say I'm a candidate. They said I'm Pam Reardon, I'm Senator Setzler. But, we have so many people to get through, it's probably not worth us
I appreciate that, Ms.
continuing
Fisher.
the conversations. She just needs to keep it on point, I think, and we're good.
Right, and her topic is not her candidacy, it says certifying the election. So we are going to proceed and allow Ms. Judge to conclude her comments. If you will continue, Ms. Judge.
Understood. Thank you. Georgia election laws are clear. They state that the following: the county shall tabulate and certify elections returns no later than 5 p.m. on the Monday following the election. This legal duty is mandatory and gives no leeway to refuse to certify the election returns. In addition, Georgia's election laws provide a process in cases where there is concern about discrepancies in the vote totals. In those instances, concern has to be resolved in the courts. We have seen this previously with the 2020 election concerns. I want to encourage this election board to comply with Georgia election law and fulfill your duty to certify the election results this November. Do it for the citizens here in Cobb, everyone who's on the ballot, and do it because it's the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Judge. Next up here in the BOC room, Ms. Cat Story, or Mr. Cat Story, Ms. Cat Story, got it.
Hi, my name's Kat Story. I'm a resident and voter in Cobb County. I've volunteered for the last 6 years as a poll observer, ballot monitor, and I also am concerned about Rule 1.8, the new change about the reasonable inquiry. There is existing processes in place. It works. This is time-tested checks and balances, processes designed and proven through time. I've watched the ballot monitoring, I've watched the polls. It's all very clear and good, and I think the change just adds in a chance to cause delay and uncertainty and have personal bias and opinions mess up the process. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Story, and thank you for serving as a poll worker. Vianti Joseph, online or virtual?
I'm here, thank you. Good afternoon. I am Vianti Joseph, a resident and voter in Cobb County for almost 30 years now. And my comments are related to early voting schedules. I think voting is a privilege and a right that I take very seriously. It's one of the few ways that we have to make a choice in our future. And today, I'd like to urge you to use your position to ensure that everyone is given ample opportunity to exercise this privilege. Across Cobb County, I've talked to people, and we want accessible and extensive early voting hours, including weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. Our county is great because of all the people who live here. We have people in Cobb who work from home, who have straight 9 to 5, Monday through Friday schedules, people who travel a lot. people with long day shifts, people who work weekends. And as a parent, I know how difficult it can be to find time to do anything sometimes during the week. Expanding in our early voting hours will make it easier for everyone to participate in our democracy. And Sunday voting is not a new concept, right? In local churches across Metro Atlanta, we've seen them count on Sunday voting to encourage their congregation to participate in this important electoral process. Yet, Cobb County has never offered Sunday voting during a presidential election. I truly believe that expanding these voting hours, especially on Sundays, will make voting more accessible for all Cobb County residents. And I urge you to consider this and vote in favor of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Ms. Sally Grubbs?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman. My name is Sally Grubbs. I'm the Cobb County Republican Party Chair, and I guess that's probably why I did not get Mark Elias's email coordinating talking points for the State Election Board proposed rules. So congratulations to all of those who got those memos from Mark Elias to push against good common sense rules to enable you as a board to actually have what you need in hand to certify that the people who, the electors who check in, that all the numbers coordinate and tally. And so perhaps if we would have had these rules in place, we wouldn't have as much chaos because you would actually be able to certify and raise your right hand in accordance with the Constitution of the United States of America and in accordance with the Georgia Constitution that you actually know what certifying means and you're not breaking an oath by certifying an election that's not accurate. That's one point. My second point is that I don't understand why there's still talk and discussion about charging us for challenging under 229 and 230 on voter challenges. I have a list of 5 people here who their last date voted was 2012, 2002, 2014. Their most recent activity date was coincidentally all April 17th of 2024. They haven't voted. They're on the inactive list, and yet you want to charge the public for doing voter challenges, which is what your job should be. It is your job to ensure that we have clean voter rolls, and you're not doing your job. And when you're not doing your job, you want to charge people to do it much in the same way that Ms. Connie Taylor charged people and collected fees and then kept the money and hasn't made good on returning the funds that she took from Cobb County citizens. And Cobb County citizens are sick and tired of someone getting in their pocketbook all the time. And so at this point in time, when the Board of Elections is trying to charge people for doing the job they should be doing, that's a disgrace, and I hope that you will reconsider your position on that. Also, we've already paid taxes to have you do your jobs, to have the staff do their jobs, to have Ms. Fall do her job. We already pay her salary, and if cleaning a voter roll in accordance with Georgia law and in accordance with HAVA is part of her job, why are you going to charge us to do her job? Also, I would like to know what you're going to do in the November election about ensuring that no candidates' vehicles in connection with their position display their name in assisting with the elections. I see or have heard that there may be additional funds wanting to be charged by the Sheriff's Department, and I would hope that no cars detailed with the candidate's name are involved with the elections. If that means using an alternate source of security for the election, whether it be the Cobb County Police Department, the Marshal's Office, something of that nature. And then lastly, I would like to say it's time to stand
Ms. Grubbs,
up
your time is
and to do the
expired.
right thing with regard to the home rule case.
Thank you, Ms. Grubbs. Ms. Heather Tolley Bauer online. Ms. Heather Tolley Bauer.
Hi, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I couldn't hear you for a second. My name is Heather Tolley Bauer, and I am a 10-year resident of Cobb County, and I'm a voter. I'm an active voter. Everyone should be able to exercise their right to vote and perform their civic duty. I believe that wholeheartedly. Yet not everyone is able to take time off on election day to cast their ballot. In fact, according to GeorgiaVotes.com, in the 2024 primary, 90% of those who cast ballots voted early in Cobb County. 57% of them were women, and 57% of those were also 65 and older. This highlights the importance of providing flexible voting options to accommodate diverse voter needs. As a busy mom, I can tell you and attest, much like a previous speaker, the necessity of maximizing weekend hours, especially on Sundays, for early voting. This is crucial for me and for others who juggle work and family responsibilities. I believe that expanding these hours can significantly enhance voter participation and ensure that everyone has the opportunity to exercise their right to vote and, again, live up to their civic responsibility. I thank you so much for the work that you all do, and I thank you for considering these points as you consider voting accessibility in Cobb County in the upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tolly Bauer. Ms. Elizabeth Hendrickson.
Good afternoon. In 2020, in an effort to understand more about our electoral system, I got involved with poll watching and vote review panels for early voting. Election day and many parts of the recount, both machine and by hand, in 7 counties, including Cobb. This past week, I was at the State Board of Elections, and I watched the recordings of the last 2 Cobb Elections Board meetings. I've learned a great deal through all of this. Election officials are professional, polite, helpful, and patient, despite the long hours, high-pressure environment, and heightened scrutiny. They perform their jobs with meticulous diligence, following thorough procedures with rigorous security and checks day after day, and they deserve our appreciation and support. Those I met never even hinted at their personal political leanings, which is exactly as it should be. I also learned that democracy is messy. The First Amendment and the court cases that were cited at a recent meeting may give us the right to be rude and disrespectful, but that does not mean it's a good idea. It's possible and better to disagree without being disagreeable. Thank you for listening with an open mind, no matter the tone of the remarks and the comments. As another speaker at a previous meeting stated, this board does work for the citizens, all the citizens, not just the loudest. Having the right to bring a challenge or a grievance is not the same as having the right to get your way. The job of this board and its counterparts in other counties and at the state level is to decide issues fairly and according to the law. Thank you for doing that job. The Elections Office is not a business, and its goal is to meet its mission, not make money. While debate over responsible use of the time and financial resources of that department is certainly appropriate, making as many secure early voting locations as possible available is at least as valuable as hiring more people to investigate challenges, particularly when so many would shortly be off the voter rolls and on the inactive list, where they will be subject to extra steps if they go to vote in Georgia. Thank you for denying most of those challenges last week and for your work to make voting as accessible as possible. The State Elections Board has created what may be a chaotic, contentious, uncertain situation around certification with its recent rule changes. Thank you in advance for all you are doing to prevent confusion and follow the law here. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and for your role in keeping Cobb's elections both secure and accessible. We the people, all the people, deserve nothing less. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hendrickson. Debbie Nukowski? Debbie Nukowski, she should be online. If I'm
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I
great.
didn't hear you. I apologize.
No worries.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, my name is Debbie Nukowski, and I'm a voter in Cobb County. I've been living here for 18 years. I'm very concerned about the new voter cancellation portal. So much could go wrong, including voters being removed by bad actors or voters unintentionally removing themselves by confusing the portal with a registration one. I myself was able to go out there and locate people's names, their birth dates. The only thing, I don't work for a bank anymore, so I couldn't get their last 4 numbers of their social security. The dark web is very open to everybody, and I'm very concerned that somebody's going to go out there, create a list, and start canceling everybody's voters' registrations. The paper vote cancellation form requires a signature, which can be verified, but the portal does not. Anyone with the voter's information, like I said, could cancel my registration. I urge the Cobb County election staff to take a closer look at the registrations that are canceled through the portal and to provide notice to voters whose registrations have now been canceled to help protect our rights to vote, which is the most important thing that we can do as a United States citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Court, is it? Is it Court?
Good afternoon, Chair Silas, Board of Election members, and Director Fall. My name is Donna Court. I am a voter in Cobb County, and I am here as myself. I have also worked as a poll worker in numerous elections and a monitor, and did some volunteer work in Paulding County because they needed help several elections ago. My topic is the State Board of Elections rule related to election certification. As reported in the AJC on August the 8th, the State Board of Elections voted 3-2 to approve, quote, an undefined reasonable inquiry before certifying the results. I call, ouch, ouch. The Georgia election laws are clear. The county shall tabulate and certify election returns no later than the 5 p.m. on the Monday following the election. I repeat, no later than the 5 p.m. on the Monday following the election. The legal duty is mandatory. It is not an option to refuse to certify election returns. Our state election laws already have a process for reporting discrepancies. If there are incidents that need to be resolved, they can be resolved in the courts. My ask is to encourage all on this Board of Elections to comply with Georgia law and please fulfill your duty to certify the election results in November. Please fulfill your duty, everyone. I echo AJC reporter Patricia Murphy, who stated, Georgia has a track record of fair, honest, and legal elections where challenges can be heard and examined. Please, everyone, fulfill your duty, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Court. Thank you for being a poll worker. Susan Rattle-Lacavati?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, apologies. Susan R.
No worries. Madam Chairwoman, board members, first of all, thank you for your service and for allowing me to speak. I am a Cobb County poll manager here to raise concerns about safety. I have seen a rise in voters expressing both concern and resentment about problems they've been told to expect, but which they haven't actually experienced. Their anger, though, is very real. It is not uncommon for them to get loud and belligerent, and it then becomes my job to diffuse the situation before it explodes. Earlier this year, a voter yelled at me because he wanted to vote in a race that he claimed was not on his ballot. He came into the poll with a chip on his shoulder. He was unpleasant and difficult with each of the poll workers he interacted with. He was looking for a confrontation. Despite my efforts to help him and give him factual information, he got louder and angrier. It was only after several minutes of standing in the middle of the room and all activity had ceased all around us that he realized he was wrong. And he whispered to me, I might owe you an apology. That voter was armed. Even though it is against the law to bring a weapon into the polling place, and that sign was posted at the door. I'm very thankful for that experience because, number one, it gave me practice dealing with a situation like that. But number two, I think it is a warning for all of us to be prepared for November. as social media disinformation and drummed up hysteria get voters more and more worked up, how are we going to keep voting safe for all involved? Specifically, how are poll workers going to be trained to handle confrontations like these? Will there be more police officers on call? The SWAT team officer who came to our poll partway through the day to introduce himself told me he was covering a total of 11 polling locations. So he was not right outside or right around the corner. And then how do we help our voters feel safe, ensuring they're not misled about our trustworthiness or harassed by people who want to scare them off before they get a chance to cast their vote? None of these are theoretical concerns. They are all things I've had to deal with at the poll in the last year. They are based on very real experience. I urge you to plan and prepare accordingly. Voters deserve our very best, no matter what we might have to confront.
Thanid you.
I know you
Ms.
said,
I apologize for interrupting you. You don't have the
Yes.
benefit of a clock, so your 3 minutes have concluded, and thank you. Pax Riddle. Riddle, Pax Riddle.
Good afternoon. I'm Pax Riddle, a voting member of Cobb County. And I just wanted to echo what the other people had said. I want to thank our board for all of your work, and especially our staff. We appreciate you, all the work that you do. Since another person already spoke to you about the state portal, I won't rehash that other than to say that I do urge the board to, and the staff, to take a close look at any registrations that are canceled through the portal and to provide notice that is not a small, bland postcard to those voters that happen to give them a chance to reverse the cancellation if it was done without their knowledge. So we really need to take a very close look at any of those that have been purged through that portal. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riddle. Valerie Habif. Should be online.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead,
Oh,
please.
great. Thank you. Members of the board and chairwoman, my name is Valerie Habif. Thank you for listening to our public voices today, but mostly thank you for serving and defending the integrity of Cobb County elections and their voters by rejecting mass voter challenges. I know we can all embrace the idea of free and fair elections, but I want to add a third idea to that foundational democratic concept. Our elections need to be free and fair and easy. Our American justice system is underpinned by a philosophy of presumed innocence. Unsubstantiated challenges to large numbers of registered voters puts the burden of defense on the voter rather than the challenger. And that should be considered a clear example of voter intimidation of our most disenfranchised voters. We need to call these efforts out for what they are. This is a form of voter intimidation. Voter intimidation in Georgia has a long and nasty history. The burden of proof for any voter challenge needs to be on the challenger, not the voter. Thank you again for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Habib. Christine Rosman.
Hello, board. Christine Rosman. I think that the tone here is that there are some concerns about this election. And there should be, because we saw what happened in 2020, and we saw that COVID came around and everybody had a mask on, and so there was like a lot of chaos that was created, whether it was created for the election or if it was just a fluke. But you know, you had all the Zuckerbucks money, and you had the mail-in voting, you had the all the boxes, and so I think that we're, you know, in fact, actually my shirt, as you can see, is the graph of that 2020 election. and this is what was happening, and then all of a sudden at, 10:30, when all the polls went down, and then all of a sudden Biden came up and won. So anyway, it was like a magic trick. It was really kind of cool. Oh, thank you. And so anyway, we do have some very big questions about the election, and I think that we're all concerned, because I think we're concerned if you maybe paying attention to other countries. Like, I have a very good friend in the UK, and it is frightening there. It is frightening. And I think that we can probably expect something like that kind of happening here when you have so many people that aren't actually citizens, and they're able to vote. So we're going to have another one that's going to be, wow. Can I have my time back so that we can, yeah. Anyway, but I did have some concerns too, because initially I was really kind of excited about Ms. Fall joining the team. And then I realized that, oh my goodness, what the board or the elections director is asking was like out of kind of control, because in addition to her budget, she had asked for additional monies of like another $2.4 million in addition to our budget. That's a 37% increase on the budget. And I don't know if you all think that we just sweat money, but the Cobb taxpayers don't want to be paying for stupid stuff that we don't need to be paying for, or at least have some sense about what we're doing. So anyway, and I did find it distracting, so thanks so much for stopping the
Thank you, Ms. Rosman. Your time is up. Moving on to the next person. Jenny Peterson. Jenny Peterson, she should be online.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Ms. Peterson, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Jenny Peterson, and I've been a voter in Cobb County since 2010 and a Georgia voter for more than 30 years. I am counting on this Board of Elections to ensure that my vote counts properly. You all have had a lot of unanticipated work with an unusual calendar of elections and more to come. Thanks to you, to Ms. Fall, and to the election workers. Thank you for rejecting also specifically the recent mass challenges to voter registrations. I am dismayed that my fellow citizens have been taking up your time and perhaps spending our money on stupid matters with spurious challenges. I'd ask them to cease these unfounded and unnecessary challenges that are without compelling evidence to back them. It's voter intimidation, and it's unwelcome in Cobb. Your job protecting our right to vote is especially important to me because I have volunteered in recent years with voter registration efforts. We need each other to make good on promises to people that their votes will be welcomed and counted as cast, irrespective of whether someone on a county or state board of elections doesn't like their choice or the outcome. Thanks again. I'm rooting for y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Donna, is it Wang or Wong? Donna? And ma'am, your last name, please?
My name is Donna Wong.
Wong, got it.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Donna Wong, and I'm a resident and voter in Cobb County. And I'm speaking personally and as a contact for the Asian American Pacific Islander community in Cobb. First, I wish to comment on your positive work on advanced voting. Early in-person voting is even more important than in the past, given our problems with delayed mail delivery. People are nervous that we can't rely on the Postal Service for timely receipt and return delivery of absentee ballots. Consequently, the board's robust plan to open up to 12 locations for in-person advance voting will facilitate voting and a larger voter turnout. Also, providing Saturdays and Sundays at 5 locations definitely helps Cobb citizens, workers, families with child care or senior care issues. So your effort to fully staff those multiple locations and expanded calendar days is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong.
Secondly, I wish to voice my concern and opposition to the unnecessary posting of the U.S. Citizens Only poster at our polling locations. The poster is glaring and has a chilling, intimidating effect, especially to a person who looks like me, someone who is often mistaken for a quote-unquote foreigner. I'm speaking for myself, American-born, and for those immigrants who have taken the steps to become naturalized U.S. citizens. We are entitled to exercise our voting rights in a safe, welcoming polling location. Previous audits have found no non-citizen voting. The U.S. Citizens Only poster fosters what I feel a hostile atmosphere and undeserved scrutiny of non-white voters who are standing in line to vote. I believe we can trust our Board of Elections and Registration to follow what is in place, decades-long verification procedures that establish proof of citizenship before issuing a voter registration number. So let's not perpetuate a myth of non-citizen voting. We don't need such a poster. The audit's evidence is clear. It's not broken. We can count on you, the board, to uphold honest and fair elections in Cobb County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Farhana Hassan, she should be online, or he or she should be online. Farhana Hassan, H-A-S-A-N.
Yes, hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, my name is Farhana Hassan. I've been a Cobb County voter for the last 14 years. I want to first thank the board for rejecting the recent mass voter challenge and for protecting the rights of Cobb voters. This recent state law has made it easier for citizens to challenge the eligibility of thousands of voters, placing the burden on the challenger to provide evidence. However, it's clear that these challenges are not always based on data from legitimate sources. This increases the risk of mistakenly removing eligible voters from the rolls, a tactic that can only be seen as a form of voter suppression. There must be compelling evidence to accept any challenge to remove a voter, and in this case, the challenge did not meet that standard. Your decision upholds the integrity of our voter rolls and ensures that every eligible citizen in Cobb County retains their fundamental right to vote. Thank you again for standing up for democracy, and thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. Next up is Ken Sayer.
Hello, and my name is Ken Sprague. I've been a resident and voter in Cobb County for the last 25 years. And I really want to thank you, sincerely want to thank each of you, whatever your political persuasion, for the ongoing efforts to oversee a fair election. You know, I can only imagine how tough it would be to mediate such disparate views. Now, moving on, and specifically, thank you for rejecting the torrent of capriciously constructed voter challenges. That recent attempt to cancel the registrations of 2,472 Cobb voters was a nakedly partisan attempt to disenfranchise voters on a broad scale. I'm particularly concerned that a handful of apparently disingenuous, disgruntled, and disruptive citizens have deigned to follow a coordinated statewide and federal-wide effort to bypass protections for Cobb voters that are in both federal and Georgia law. There are two derivative problems with bulk and speculative challenges. First, they waste a lot of valuable time for the board and the staff that could be otherwise spent. And second, the unfettered challenges churn, as Ms. Wong said, a chilling effect designed to intimidate and often confuse voters, tactics long used in Georgia politics to suppress minority participation. It's time that all of that stops. Noteworthy, the vast majority of challenge voters are already either inactive status or in process of being shifted to inactive status. Hence, the Georgia Terry Secretary of State staff and our Cobb County Board of Elections and registration staff are already following procedures and the laws to maintain our voting rolls in a proper and orderly manner. I look forward to further clarifications or adoptions of policies and procedures that you find necessary for the handling of these capriciously logged voter challenges. And as Ms. Grubbs objects to, I support the imposition of costly measures to meet the cost of investigating these complaints.
Thank you, Mr. Sprague. Your time has expired.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ed Lewis, he should be online. Ed Lewis.
Ed Lewis did not.
He did not join, okay. We'll go on to the next person online, Essence Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Essence Johnson, and I am the chair of the Cobb County Democratic Committee. I want to start by thanking the election board for voting at the August 3rd board retreat to reject the mass challenges that were filed. It takes quite a bit of courage to apply the law, even in the face of strong public pressure to remove voters without due cause. Thank you for doing your duty and for applying the law and dismissing these challenges. I also want to thank the election staff for a job well done. All but 106 out of the 2,472 voters on that challenge list were already in active status, which indicates to me that the election staff have been diligently doing their job to maintain the voting rolls as required by the Georgia law. We don't say it enough, but thank you for your tireless work to make our democracy function. We can expect more challenges to be filed in the coming months and years. We have seen how mass voter challenges have needlessly taken up election staff and election board time, almost always on the bias of poorly sourced evidence. I urge the election board to adopt guidelines that make clear that Cobb County will follow the law administering challenges, including the provisions of Georgia and federal law, which protect voters from the removal without due process. The Board of Elections should instead focus its time and resources on ensuring that every voter can access their right to vote by providing an adequate number of early voting sites for all 3 weeks of early voting periods, having all voting sites open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day that the polls can be open. We deserve democracy that reflects all of us. Again, we deserve a democracy that reflects all of us, but not everyone is able to take time off on election day to vote. Not every voter works standard hours, so expand early voting opportunities are critical to ensure that all these voters are able to make their voices heard this fall and going forward. As many of us know, that the state election board is making moves to provide cover to rogue county election board members who refuse to certify the election results that they don't like. Georgia election laws are clear. The county shall tabulate and certify election returns no later than 5 p.m. on Monday following the election. This legal duty is mandatory and gives no leeway to refuse to certify the election returns. If you do not certify, you could be subject to criminal penalties. I want to encourage the election board to comply with the Georgia election law and fulfill your duty to certify the election results this November. And lastly, on the subject of voter registration, there is a serious reason to be concerned about the Secretary of State's new portal to cancel voters' registration. Not enough has been done to safeguard against potential abuse of this portal.
Thank
It
you,
is
Mrs.
strange.
Johnson.
Thank you so
Your
much.
time has expired. Next up is Tracy Stevenson.
My name is Tracy Stevenson, Cobb County voter for over 30 years. The Board of Elections and Daniel White in particular, I have some serious questions and doubts about the timing and the intent of your filing of the petition for declaratory judgment and request for injunctive relief. The facts. In it, you ask for a definitive answer on whether the home rule map generated by Cobb County is unconstitutional. This was asked and answered yes by Judge Harris, Judge Hill, and circuitously by the Georgia Supreme Court, even though the Floam suit was tossed on a technicality based on standing, not the merits. Judge Hill declared the home rule map was unconstitutional in order to stay of the general election for districts 2 and 4 and to hold special primaries as soon as possible. Yet your filing seeks clarity, which has already been provided in Judge Hill's ruling, that it found unconstitutional to definitively order the BOE to invalidate the 521 primaries and schedule new primary elections. Question 1, why did you wait to file this until the day Judge Hill was to announce her orders on the case? You waited until 11:35 a.m. on July 25th, just hours before she filed her orders, as she had announced, at 3:53 p.m. that same afternoon. Had you waited 4.5 hours, those issues were asked and answered. So at this time, your filing is moot. Given this, question 2, is the BOE going to withdraw the petition? Your questions have been asked and answered. What purpose does it serve now? We want Daniel White to serve the declaratory judgment on the state of Georgia ASAP so the Attorney General can rule on it and settle this once and for all. No more delays. Which leads me to question 3. Did you file this just to try and give the county appeal rights? It certainly appears that way. Without this filing, since Cobb County was not a named party, they had no appeal rights. Relatedly, question 3, why did you file it? And instead of serving the named parties within 5 days, you chose to request that they waive service. I can only posit one purpose for this, to delay the process. Instead of directly serving the respective parties and starting the clock for the named parties to answer 30 days after being served, this gave you 30 days for them to reply that they would waive after they waive service, then 30 more days for it to be answered, thus using lawfare to attempt to delay this even further by potentially 30 extra days. Mr. White and the BOA have previously publicly stated on the record in the MDJ that you would accept Judge Hill's orders and not appeal, but your actions are speaking louder than your words. What changed? Were you telling the truth then, or are you obfuscating now? What has changed? How many taxpayer dollars will you continue to waste on this clearly unconstitutional lawfare?
Mr.
Have you no
Stevenson,
conscience, no
your
honor?
time
I
has
think
concluded,
neither.
sir.
We the people demand
Mr.
both from our county officials, whether they've been elected, appointed, or hired. Thank you.
I would ask that you respect the 3-minute time frame. If you are in mid-sentence that I can tell, I wait until you're concluding your sentence or it appears that you've concluded your sentence. I'm being respectful to you. I would ask that you be respectful to the board and its policies. Moving on to the next person. Sharon Marshall, she should be online.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Marshall, and I am a 30-year City of Marietta resident and a Cobb County voter. I am here today to express my concerns about a state election board rule related to election certification, a rule change that came a mere 90-plus days ahead of the presidential election. As a previous poll watcher, ballot count observer and current poll worker, I have witnessed Cobb County's very rigorous processes that are currently in place to verify, count, and review every ballot prior to certification. The election law is very clear that the county shall tabulate and certify the election returns no later than 5 p.m. on the Monday following the election. The election law also provides a clear process where instances of vote total discrepancies must be resolved through the court system. Therefore, I would like to encourage the election board to comply with Georgia election laws and please fulfill your duty to certify the election results this November. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Next up is Arnell Farr.
Good afternoon. I'm Arnell Farr. I have been an active registered Cobb County voter for 30 years. This year, it's been 30 years. And my screen just jumped to another page. Okay. I am speaking to you as a voter who lives in a community where many do not have access to quality information regarding when and where to vote, or even why it's so important. Electronic communications such as website information and Cobb County government-issued e-newsletters do not reach these people or most others in my community. We have a number of nonpartisan, nonprofit organizations in Cobb County who do try to work with educating voters. Similarly, a lot of religious congregations of all different religious persuasions have the ability to reach an additional audience of citizens. I encourage you to please reach out and build an alliance with these groups. You have the information that they need, and they can expand the reach that you have, whether it is to provide basic information or to counter misinformation. I am sure many of these groups would be very interested in working with you. Thank you all for all that you do for the citizens and voters of the great county of Cobb.
Thank you, Ms. Farr. Next up is Todd Crowder. He should be online. Mr. Crowder.
Chairman and members of the board. My name is Todd Crowder, and I'm a resident and voter in Cobb. I'm here to express my deep concern about the rule passed by the state election board that allows county election boards to withhold certification of election results based on what is termed a reasonable inquiry. While seemingly aimed at ensuring accuracy, this new rule lacks a clear definition of reasonable inquiry. This ambiguity creates a dangerous precedent where election certification could be delayed or denied based on subjective judgments rather than objective facts. The integrity of our electoral process requires clear, consistent, and fair procedures that leave no room for personal or partisan interpretation. Historically, county election boards have been responsible for ensuring the accuracy of the vote tally and certifying results based on this accuracy. This new rule, however, expands your role in ways that could undermine public confidence in the process. It opens the door for unnecessary delays and challenges that may not be grounded in legitimate concerns, but rather in disagreements over the outcomes. I urge you to consider the potential consequences of this rule. The voters of Cobb County and across Georgia need an election process that is transparent, predictable, and free from unnecessary controversy. With this rule, we risk creating confusion, eroding trust in our institutions, and ultimately harming the very foundation of our democracy. As members of this board, you hold the power to ensure that our elections are conducted with the highest standards of integrity. I ask that you exercise this power with great caution and resist any actions that could further polarize our community or sow doubt in the process. People of Cobb are watching, and we are counting on you to uphold the principles of democracy that have served this nation for centuries. Thank you for your time and attention to this critical matter.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. Up next is Audrey Allen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Audrey Allen. I'm a registered voter here in Cobb County. I'm here today to discuss shift work for poll workers on Election Day. I understand that originally there was going to be a pilot in some precincts of using some shift work for poll workers on this election day in May. But that was not able to be implemented during the primary election. I am here to urge you to please implement the shift work for pilot in as many precincts as possible. I cannot tell you how many times I've had friends, young and old, who were interested in doing the poll worker job, but they could not commit due to the commitments or just physical capability when it comes to a 13-hour workday. If the pilot goes well, it'd be imperative to get this information out far and wide in the county that shift work is an option. It cannot just be something that is a choice to check off on an application. This information has to go out ahead of time. Okay, with that being said, I thank you for the opportunity, and I maybe toss out a couple of reminders. You are here to service the citizens of this county. That includes those that are the loudest in this room and those that are not in this room at all. And I know that you all understand your role, and you have a moral compass, and you know that your job requires integrity. I expect nothing less. Lastly, I want to thank you for the role that you are doing during these trying times. I understand it and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. CP, did Mr. Lewis join us online? Ed Lewis?
I don't believe so.
Okay, then.
No, he did not.
Pardon? He's on, Mr. Lewis? You're there?
No.
Oh, he's not on. Okay, got it. Hill Wright?
Hill Wright, I'm a voter here in Cobb County. This board said they would accept Judge Hill's decision. Judge Hill ruled that the maps are unconstitutional and ordered the primary be redone. Why are you not accepting the decision and following on with a 250-page motion when you have your questions answered? This appears to be, in my opinion, collusion with the BOC to manipulate the filing. It is time for the lawfare to stop and follow Judge Hill's ruling. We should not expand voting to Sunday. That should be the Lord's Day. We have 3 weeks of early voting, and employers give voters 2 hours to vote. Voting is a responsibility, and we have enough opportunities for those who prioritize voting. Some here apparently do not want to ensure that every citizen has confidence in elections. They want you to rush past ensuring everyone can have confidence. Only citizens should vote, and signs are appropriate to warn anyone that may not realize only citizens can vote. You should not Connie Taylor citizens who have concerns and want to make challenges when there are concerns. We clearly see here today that there are plenty here who do not want to have secure elections today, calling you to relax laws based on misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Moving on to. I feel like I'm in kindergarten here. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is the approval of the meeting minutes. I do note that the agenda only lists July the 8th and August the 3rd. Oh, that's right. Got it. So, as well as May the 28th. So if, well, first and foremost, has everyone had an opportunity to review the meeting minutes as provided as part of the board book or the board materials for May the 28th regular meeting, July 8th regular meeting, and our August the 3rd special called meeting? Does anyone have any comments or proposed revisions with respect to the contents of the meeting minutes for those 3 dates? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes for, again, our May 28th regular meeting, our July 8th regular meeting, and our August 3rd special call meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bruning. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded to approve the meeting minutes for our May 28th, July 8th, and August 3rd meetings. All those in favor? Oh, voice vote? Okay. Voice vote. Ms. Mossbacher? Yes. Ms. Affret?
Yes.
Mr. Bruning,
Yes.
and Ms. Fisher. Aye. I vote aye as well, therefore the motion passes. All three sets of meeting minutes are approved. We're moving on to the next item on our agenda, the public hearing portion. Director Fall, will you be presenting?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll get the first map pulled up. It says Roswell 01 across the top. Thank you. So this first public hearing is to request approval to change the polling place location for precinct Roswell 01 or RW01 from East Cobb Church of Christ, 5240 Roswell Road, Marietta, Georgia, 362, to Northeast Cobb Family YMCA at 3010 Johnson Ferry Road, Marietta, Georgia, 362, effective August 15th. As you remember, we temporarily relocated Roswell 01 to be co-located at the Catholic Church of St. Anne with another precinct that's already there. Due to the size expected turnout for November, the church has requested that we don't co-locate there. So we'll be moving to Northeast Cobb Family YMCA, which is a former polling location, and they're excited to be back, and we'll be moving to them. As you can see, they are located outside of the boundary of Roswell 01, and they're 0.4 miles from the precinct boundary line.
I note that you said they are, excuse me, 0.4 miles away from the precinct boundary line. What is the distance between the current location and the proposed location generally?
I don't have the distance in front of me.
Okay. Does anyone have any further questions for Ms. Fall?
Director, you said this will be the new permanent location?
Correct.
Okay, great, thanks.
Your mic.
I'm sorry.
I just want you to be heard.
You might not.
Well, at least on this, go right ahead.
We're going to make a permanent location outside the boundary?
Yes, we'll continue to see if there are better options moving forward, but as this is an immediate request of the Catholic Church of St. Anne, we want to honor that and move this one starting with November 5th. And our priority will be to get out of schools next year, and then after that, we can look at precincts that are located outside of the precinct boundary lines.
I kind of have a problem with it being a permanent move outside the boundary lines.
Understood. I don't want to put you on the spot, Ms. Fall. I know, and I can't recount the number of times we've had to do this. Obviously, we are at the mercy of the individuals that operate the locations where we conduct or hold our elections. Perhaps if you will, following this meeting, provide some data that allows the board to get a better sense of the number of polling locations that are currently outside of polling boundaries, precinct boundaries, that might be helpful. And then I guess my other comment, does anyone else have concerns or comments that they would like to raise? I guess with respect to Ms. Fisher's concern about it being a permanent move, I guess is there any consideration to making this temporary?
We can certainly make it temporary through the end of next year. If the board is more comfortable doing that, we can amend it to be that. We're looking at the potential of several elections next year on top of the two that are already regularly scheduled. So this is just a consideration for us to be able to turn around after a potential December runoff, depending on when the special primary is, which we'll talk about later.
Sure.
That's a really short window after such a large election and a subsequent runoff to find a new location.
Okay, and that's the reason why you're proposing it, for it to be permanent?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Fisher?
Well, there is another YMCA that's within this boundary, it appears. This will be, I think, the second one that we made permanent outside the boundary of the precinct. I just think this setting a kind of a questionable precedent.
Can I just point out that the use of the term temporary, usually we're using that because there's a specific reason to be out of its usual location.
And go back, I understand.
And so, that's what we're typically signifying when we say we're gonna move out of this usual location because there's a repair or something, some other reason it can't serve during that election, and so we're just temporarily moving it out to another one, and then we're gonna move it, the board's already identified, or staff's already identified another location that they can come back to. And there's certainly nothing, when you say permanent, it can sound like, well, we can't, it doesn't mean you leave it there. It just means like, we don't have any plans after this election to go to another, like, we're saying this, we're planning for this to last more than one election, and the board can say, well, we only want this to last one election, that's up to you. But the idea of a permanent one is just saying, this is gonna be the regular polling location for this precinct, but it doesn't mean you can't revisit it, and the board can't, move it with the same kind of notice moving forward. Just the use of the temporary is usually reserved for, we can't be in for this particular election, and so we're gonna move it out and then move it back or move it to another new location that we've already identified in the precinct.
Okay,
when it's
that
ready.
makes perfect sense, and thank you for that additional clarification. Ms. Fall, did you have something?
I would just add that if that is the board's desire to make this just for this election, that you do that toward the end of the year. That way, if there is a subsequent runoff, because we have to advertise these 2 weeks ahead of time, once a week for 2 weeks. And so if we just do it for November and we have a December runoff, it could cause us to not meet that advertisement deadline. So I just ask that if that is your desire to not make this permanent, that we do it through the end of the calendar year.
Okay. Ms. Efron?
If we're going to make a change for November, I would like to vote on it today just to expedite communicating this to the voters so we're not sending it so close to the election.
Right. All of these will result in sending of precinct cards. So that'll occur as soon as we can get them approved.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. When is it that you anticipate distributing those precinct cards?
They should be within the month to get those sent out.
I'm fine with making it temporary through the end of the year, but if you look at this is the furthest south, outside a boundary. Do you know how far it is from the top side of the precinct area to the actual polling place?
I'm not sure about the top side. I just know that it's 0.4 miles from the boundary line.
0.4 miles from the boundary line, but if you look at the people in the northern part of this precinct, I live up there actually. That's a ways. So
Are you looking at the red dot? Because it's the blue dot where it's moving to.
The blue dot is closer to the northern boundary.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah, the red dot is the Catholic Church, or that was East Cobb Church of Christ, which was the previous, because the Catholic Church of St. Anne was a temporary relocation.
The blue dot is where it's.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I still would prefer not making it permanent. I'm okay through the end of the year.
Understood. Just kind of honing in on the point that Mr. White made. Temporaries are generally, for example, I think it was Cochise that we needed to move out of because of the issue with their elevator. And then I think we temporarily moved just for that election to the Vinings Library.
United Methodist Church.
Or, the United Methodist Church. So I think that's the whole concept, because we knew we were going back to Cochise.
Right. We don't have to vote on going back.
We don't have to vote on going back. I think that's the distinction.
I understand what Mr. White was saying. I just am not fond of putting a precinct outside the boundary.
Duly noted. It was just a matter of nomenclature with respect as to whether this is temporary or permanent, because temporary, if we note it as temporary, we don't plan to go back to the current location.
I understand. We've done that once before, I think.
Understood. Is there anything further with regard to the proposed polling location of Roswell 01?
I'd like to make a motion to move the Roswell 01 to the proposed polling location at the YMCA.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded to move the Roswell 01 polling location from the East Cobb Church of Christ to this new proposed location. Northeast Cobb Family YMCA. Voice vote. All those in favor, or I'll just take a vote, because it's not working anymore, is it? It's not back?
We'd have to shut the system down.
We don't want to do that. Ms. Mossbacher?
Yes.
Ms. Efron?
Aye.
Mr. Bruning?
Yes.
Ms. Fisher? I vote aye. The motion passes 4-1, noting that Ms. Fisher did not approve. Moving on to the next item on our agenda. Dowell 01 proposed polling location change?
Yes, so we'll get that map pulled up. So the next public hearing is for polling location change for Dowell 01 to request approval to change the polling location from Dowell Elementary School at 2121 West Sandtown Road, Marietta, Georgia 362, to Macklin Road Church of Christ, 2732 Macklin Road Southwest, Marietta, Georgia 364, effective August 15th. This is a church that contacted us that they were interested to serve, which is another opportunity for us to eliminate another school, as that is our goal by the end of next calendar year to be out of all of our schools. This precinct is polling location is located 0.18 miles inside of the precinct boundary. So you can see on your map, the red asterisk denotes Dowell Elementary School, the current location, and the blue dot just south of that shows us where Macklin Road Church of Christ is located.
Does anyone have questions for Director Fall with regard to this proposed polling location change?
I like the idea that we're moving out of the schools, so thank you for that. And it looks like it's within the boundary of the precinct, so everyone should be happy with that. And I'd like to make a motion to move it to the proposed location.
Okay, thank you for your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bruning. It's been moved and properly seconded to approve the proposed polling location change for Dowell 01 from Dowell Elementary School to Macklin Road Church of Christ. Ms. Mosbacher.
Yes.
Ms. Affret.
Yes.
Mr. Bruning.
Aye.
Ms. Fisher.
Aye.
My vote is aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. And then finally, Oregon 05.
So we'll get that map pulled up. This is to request approval to change the polling place location for Precinct Oregon 05, OR 05, from Macklin Baptist Church, 3732 Macklin Road, Powder Springs, Georgia, 30127, to Macklin Community Church, 3615 Macklin Road, Powder Springs, Georgia, 30127, effective August 15th, 2024. This is another precinct that we had co-located, so we moved Oregon 05 to be co-located at McEachern United Methodist Church. And again, with the proposed idea of increased turnout, we want to limit those co-located precincts. And Macklin Community Church has stepped forward as being interested in serving as a polling place. You'll note that Macklin is 0.6 miles outside of Oregon 05's boundaries. You can see it is close, so that red asterisk is Macklin Baptist Church, and the blue dot just outside of that boundary line is Macklin Community Church, the proposed location.
Comments or questions for Director Fall? Okay, hearing none, we'll entertain a motion with respect to the proposed polling location change.
I motion to approve the polling location change to the new, I forgot the name of it.
Macklin Community Church.
Macklin Community Church.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded to relocate Oregon 05 from Macklin Baptist Church to Macklin Community Church. Go ahead and take another voice vote. Ms. Mosbacher?
Yes.
Ms. Affret?
Yes.
Mr. Bruning?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Nay.
Yeah. My vote is aye. The motion passes 4-1, noting that Ms. Fisher is not in favor of this proposed polling location change. Thank you for presenting those items, Director Fall. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, you've got office reports and updates. I will note that I will be deferring my update as part of this agenda item to board comments. I will turn it over to you and your division managers and staff.
Thank you. So we're going to have our division updates brought by our division managers today. So we'll start with Michael Dietrich, our Prep Center division manager.
Thank you.
And CP, this slide should be labeled prep, I believe. Thank you.
And thank you, all division managers, for being here. I know that you were previously scheduled to provide this during our board retreat, and unfortunately, we did not have the opportunity to hear from you, so I appreciate your presence here.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, evening, not sure what time it is. I only have 5 slides. It'll be short and sweet. We've been really busy. So currently in the Prep Center, we have a total of 4 open positions. One of the part-time election coordinators has been vacant for some time. I believe we've posted it twice and just couldn't come to a decision on a good candidate for that position on the supply crew side. And then we eliminated 2 seasonal positions and created 2 additional part-times. They did post, and I think we received like 9 or 10 applicants. However, we had some issues with the minimum requirements, so we're going to adjust those to be more appropriate and repost it. So we're hoping to get those positions filled before the end of September, as soon as possible, realistically. So currently in the prep center, we're at it, preparing for November. As always, it's a huge amount of tasks, bringing the equipment back and getting it ready for the next election. So with that, we're resetting all the carriers, creating the seal packets, marrying them up, make sure no damage was caused to the equipment. On the supply side, they have to reset every single item. We're also looking to streamline a few different things, so they've both been working really diligently on getting those things completed. We did have some outdated information with our numbers doc, so we've been working to accurately depict what the current count of equipment is, whereas we initially, I think it was 356 quads. Because of accidents or maintenance, we've had to reduce that number to build more of one type of equipment, and those numbers were just never reflected correctly. So we now have an accurate portrayal of how much equipment we have ready and what size carrier ready to go. Equipment maintenance, we recently had Dominion on site servicing ICXs and ICPs. We had close to 25 pieces of equipment that either were damaged, not functioning properly, not scanning ballots properly. So instead of having to ship that equipment off, the Secretary of State approved for them to come on site and do certain procedures. It does save us a lot of money when they come on site because we only have a extended warranty on the ICPs. So it's almost $200 an hour to repair the touchscreens. So anytime we can get a handout, we will take it. I believe all except 15 devices passed, or no, excuse me, all except 5 devices passed, and then we have to ship those off for Dominion to do final repairs at their warehouse. We're at the finishing stages of our new Integra software. I believe it was the spring of last year when we procured this software to help with inventory stuff. It's been a long road. They've been custom designing the software for us. Some of the ways it's going to really help us is we have a dynamic warehouse. So where an item comes back in the warehouse, where it was originally stored, when it comes back, it may not be in the same location. So with the scan of a barcode reader, we can track all that information. With one scan, we know which serial number is assigned to this carrier, where it's located, what election it was used in, what's the maintenance schedule. It's just really gonna take us to where we need to be versus the old spreadsheets that, one person edits, then another person has to edit, and we just never have the full picture. So this is gonna be huge for us and really help us get things going right. Logistics-wise, we are looking at purchasing additional 26-foot trucks. As you know, we deliver all our own equipment. Traditionally, we will rent, and for the cost of an election and a runoff, we could have bought a truck. So that's something we're trying to do as good stewards of taxpayers' money, find the savings and do what's appropriate. So hoping we're going to get 2 more trucks, and that will cost a lot less as far as it goes when we need to rent, if we need to rent any. We're working with the equipment to set up more flexibility. We're not going to do any major changes ahead of the presidential. However, we have some things coming up the pipeline that may give us more flexibility, more ADA accessible equipment. It just really comes down to money and how the precinct's set up, the size of the location. Some of those facilities are tiny, and it would just not make sense for us to make any adjustments to those things. We're also looking at maximizing the space inside of the hubs. With the last bullet point, if we do some of those changes, it frees up a lot of space inside. So instead of all of these external bags and more stuff for the poll workers and the delivery crews to maintain, we can lock them inside of the hubs and put a seal on it and keep it secure the whole time. We're looking at streamlining and reducing unnecessary supplies and materials. A lot of this stuff that's been implemented has been like that for a long time, and we just never really thought about looking at it. For example, cables. We send cables with the equipment to tie it all together, but then there's another bag that has more cables in it. So we're just looking at some of the little things that will save us time, save us hours, and save us money ultimately. Enhanced comms and PICs. So every election we have issues with the contacts at the facilities, who do we call, when are they showing up, when's the building unlocked. So with Airtable and the Prep Center hopefully taking over the polling information card, we'll be able to be more accurate with our logistics schedule, our delivery schedules. Right now, 2 of my staff members has to contact all 148 precincts, but within those 148 precincts, they may talk to 3, 4, 5, 6 different individuals and get different stories on when they're supposed to come, where they're supposed to deliver, where they're supposed to store. So we're going to look at different avenues that we can put all this information in accurately and cut down the time that it takes for us to reach out to all these different people and everyone's all on the same page. So safety and security, this is more so in the warehouse. In 22, when we moved into the building, it took about a year for us to receive it, but we got a lift truck, a forklift essentially. So the initial training, they could only do a handful of people before our own risk management. They are trained now to do the training, so we wanted to work to get everyone in the warehouse certified to be able to use it. A lot of seasoned employees in there, so if one person leaves, we have another one that can step right in and get stuff down from the top shelf if necessary. Interdivisional training on best practices. I think a lot of times we talk about how we're siloed, and so the 2 separate areas of supplies and equipment, at times they work together, but we're trying to figure out a way that we can work more cohesively and just make sure that each side understands what the other one's doing. And if they receive questions or phone calls, making sure that they can accurately answer those questions without having to put the person on hold for 30 minutes while they go find the person who has the answer. So we're looking to just get everyone on the same page and creating a desk reference where it's one document that has all the information, regardless of which side of the department you're on, you have all the answers that somebody would call and ask about. And just simple awareness. I know we've talked a lot about the security, some of the scares that we've witnessed over the last few elections, just trying to make sure that the building, we're being vigilant and being aware of things that could go wrong. We do have a lot of unhoused people that like to hold up shop outside of our doors and inside the gate. And so we're just talking about things to keep everyone aware of their surroundings. It's the warehouse is secure, but it's not unusual for property management or somebody within the county to come through. Everyone has to check in, but sometimes we don't always know about it. So just making sure the staff is trained to understand it's okay for them to question if something doesn't look right. What's the proper way? Who do they contact? And this is a department-wide thing that we're looking at just as far as awareness goes. And that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions.
I do have just a couple of quick questions. So with respect to the personnel, you have 4 positions that are currently vacant.
Yes.
I know your timing is to get those positions filled by the end of September. In the event that you don't, practical implications as it relates to your staff and what you need to, as you always do, effectively support the election.
Mm-hmm. So the one seasonal position that we're hiring, I don't want to say it's a huge issue that it's not filled, but it was just more of a supportive role.
Okay.
I'm not hurting to fill that position. And the additional 3 part-times, 2 of those are new. So we never had those in the past, and we're able to do everything that we can do. So I do want to get all the positions filled, because the sooner we can get them in and get them trained, the less we need to worry about as we get closer to the election. But yeah, 2 of those positions are brand new. We didn't have those before. So I do have a handful of people that already work within elections that are interested. So once we get those reposted and they come through, we'll see who has the experience and who does not.
Okay, great context. And then with respect to the inventory, you shared that Dominion came on, they've done the maintenance. There were 5 pieces of equipment that the maintenance activities could not be performed on site. You're sending those off, but that obviously is not going to put the office in a situation where they cannot adequately provide equipment to our polling locations, because we have more equipment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it won't put us at an inconvenience. Of course, I mean, I'd love to have as much as possible, but I believe we've been waiting to get an accurate amount of how much we needed, instead of spending the money of shipping a little here and shipping a little there. So that pallet was a culmination of the last 3 elections. But yeah, we have adequate amount of equipment to hold a large election currently.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Dietrich? Nope. Thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
All right, up next, we'll have Ms. Kara Pringle, our Elections Division Manager. And she, I believe, placed a handout on each of your desks. It's the color-coded one, of course.
Good afternoon, Board. Director Fall. I'm going to be short and sweet. And so I am happy to say that all of my positions are filled on my team.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an awesome team, and I could not do what I am doing on our portion of the election side without them. So if they're listening, woohoo. Okay, so what I'm just going to bring to you is what we are working on right now in the office, and what's most important is getting our training plan together for the November 5th general election. And so for the 148 polls, and also I'll speak a little bit on the AIP side for the training. We have 12 of the satellites, but anyway, training will begin September 16th, and it will go through October the 26th, Monday through Saturday. That's 36 days. It's based on 10 to 12 workers with 2 standbys. So we're looking at 2,072 poll workers with 29 area supervisors and 230 AIP workers. If there is ever a situation where one of our area supervisors feels like that they would need an additional poll worker, we always make that happen, because we want to make sure that the polling locations are adequately monitored. With that, we also have the 28 facilitators who are teaching and leading the classes. We will have a train the trainer the first week of September. And then, so generally we have 2 to 4 hours of class. For our manager class, we will have 10 classes at 4 hours. For our clerk classes, we'll have 58 total classes. For our assistant backup and the manager class, we'll have 15 classes. For our provisional class, we'll have 25 classes. The AIP poll pack class will be 2 hours at 9 classes. For the AIP satellite classes, 4 hours at 4 classes. We also will have, at the last week after training, is our online class, and this is just for emergency poll workers that would need to be trained. Our area supervisors will have 2 classes that will be 4 hours. And then what we're adding this year is like a lab, where after our poll workers have been trained, but they want some additional training, we have what's called a lab. And so there are 1-hour time blocks for our poll workers to go into 10X, our poll worker database, to have additional training, and they can come into the office. Everything will be set up as if they're in a regular training class, and then we will have our facilitators in the class as well for assistance. And so I've given you the schedule, and if you ever want to come in for any of the classes, just call and let me know, and we'll get you in the class. I know Mr. Bruning has been coming by, so we appreciate that, all of you. So whenever you want to come by, let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Pringle.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have any, do you have any questions for Ms. Pringle with regard to a very robust election poll worker training schedule? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Bruning.
I'm just curious, what is the total number of poll workers that are trained in a cycle like this?
Between 2,000 to 2,300. And I do want to add that as of Friday, we had 805 existing poll workers who have already claimed their availability, letting us know when they can work. So that's really good, meaning that we haven't even started our training yet. So we already have 805 that have actually gone out to let us know their availability. And as far as our applications, we're getting about 20 to 25 applications every day.
Okay. Ms. Mossbacher, I thought you had a question.
Just wanted to say, love the lab idea.
Oh,
And how do people sign up for that? Like, what's the process for getting?
They'll go through 10X.
Okay, so same process.
It'll be like a live link, and they'll just go to 10X to sign up.
And is there a listing of like what the different course options for the lab are? Or is that just like, it's the same thing?
It's the same thing.
Okay, so just additional practice?
Yes.
Great, I love it, thanks.
All right, great, awesome.
So I know you noted the number of current poll workers that have provided their availability and the fact that they will be joining us. I also recall maybe about a week or two ago, I know it was National Poll Worker Recruitment Day. Do you have any concerns with respect to whether we will be able to recruit a sufficient number of poll workers to effectively administer the election?
No, I have no doubt that we will have enough poll workers to adequately serve the polling locations.
Okay, excellent. And of course, if there's anything that comes up, just let us know. I know you'll let Director Fall know, and she'll let us know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Pringle. Up next, we'll have our absentee division manager, Mr. Marcus Spivey.
I think we're transitioning into evening. Good evening, Mr. Spivey. And again, welcome to Cobb Elections.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, board. First time speaking in front of you, so
We'll take it easy on you.
pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Thank you, Director Fall. So I am the absentee division manager, and so just want to give you guys a brief update of what we've been working on over the past couple months in preparation for the November election. If you can see that right there, we have listed a couple things that we've been doing. So I'm going to first start with my absentee by mail division. We've been obviously going ahead, ongoing applications have been coming in through UACABA. So we've processed, I think, roughly around 600 UACABA voters so far. As far as Airtable USDR, that's an exciting new project that Ms. Tate put out there. And so what we're doing is we're going ahead, and this is a way to allow us to track the application throughout the process once we receive it from the voter. So before, we had a lot of paper as far as chain of custodies. This is going to be a way to, it's really difficult to ascertain where the application is in the process in Jarvis. So this is going to allow us to see exactly when the voter, when it was received, and at which stage of the process the absentee by mail application is being processed. So we'll be able to know if it's in pre-sort, if it's in highlight and look up, further review, acceptance and issue. So we'll have a good idea and good feel of where the application is. And then digitally, we'll be able to find that record a lot quicker. So we've been working with their team, designing that platform. We're rolling it out this week with the live version. My team, they met today, the 30 seasonal workers, and so we've started to go through some hands-on and being able to experience the platform figure out some of the things that they like about it, and then hopefully that's going to limit the amount of errors that we have going forward. My objective is make sure that we have 100% success, but hopefully this will definitely help and assist in that project. Our caller service and P.O. Box, we've been working with the mail room in terms of that transition. We haven't fully transitioned, but we've been having our team, my supervisor, go over there, work with the mail rooms teams about how we're going to be dividing up that mail in the future once we fully move over to the mail room and be able to caller service. So he's been over there being able to sort the mail so we know where to look, where all the mail is, what time it comes in. And so we've been working diligently with them on collaborating. So even when we do separate and have our own mailroom, we still will have to coordinate with the mailroom of Cobb County to get the other mail. So we've been working that out. We've been new staff training. We've hired, I think it was 7 people so far into the ABM department. They're going through their training with each portion of the absentee by mail. So they're enjoying the process. We're trying to cross-train to make sure that they have exposure to different elements and different parts of absentee by mail. So in the case that we're down numbers, they can go ahead. One person who's working in pre-sort can move over and work in further review or accept an issuance. So we've been doing that. We've been updating the processes and the procedures and the paperwork. These aren't major changes. We already have a system in place, but these are just little tweaks because we are moving to this new system of Airtable in terms of tracking ballots. So we're getting rid of some of the paperwork. When you have potentially 33,000 absentee by mail applications and ballots that are going out, you want to make sure that you're able to track that. So we've been trying to eliminate some of the processes and streamline a little bit better. As far as our target application dates, for the civilian application dates, we're going to ramp up next week because that's going to be the first, on that Monday is going to be the first day we start receiving applications by mail. So that is the target date. We've been telling voters that have called in, wanting to make sure, can I send my application in now? Can you send me an application when to send it in? We've just been advising them of those target dates to be aware of. We're also working on the Fort Orange Press. Again, Ms. Fall has definitely brought that over, and I think it's a great project with Fort Orange Press. We're transitioning over that to where they're going to be, mailing out the vast majority of our ballots. We're going to be working with the portal where we upload our voter list to them on a daily basis, and then they'll be able to mail those out. So I think that's going to be a very successful project. I'm not moving forward with Fort Orange Press. I've heard nothing from good things from Ms. Fall, and then there's some other counties that also use it. So definitely looking forward to that. And then the target ballot mail-out dates for the UOCAVAs, we'll start mailing those out on September 17th, and then we'll start mailing out the civilian ballots on October 7th. So that's kind of an overview of what's going on with absentee by mail. Move over to my other division, which is absentee in person. So my team and I, we personally went out to all 12 of the advanced voting location sites and met with the staff at every single location throughout Cobb County. We're discussing some of the logistic challenges since we're not necessarily in the optimal space in all of those locations. Some of the challenges that we might have with voter flow and increasing equipment. I looked and we're discussing it, and I know because of this presidential, I want to try to optimize the wait time in terms of minimizing it, but also dealing with the challenges of voter privacy. So in that, we were going through, and you can see some of the numbers that I have up there, from where we were at in 2020 to where we're at in 2022 to where we're at to where I proposed that my team that will be at in the fall. So we had BMDs available to the public in 2020 was 135. For 2022, we were at 166. We've increased that another 26% up to about 209. So that have about 209 BMDs available throughout all the early advanced voting location sites. Also, when you look at the amount of scanners, optimizing that We've had, in the presidential election in 2020, we're at 22 scanners. In 2022, we're at 27. For this election, we're looking at coming in at close to 50 scanners. So we just want to make sure to be able to prepare to take that volume in case it's there. We've been working on prep with final numbers. So we've been working with Michael's team in terms of making sure that we have contingency plans in place, depending on what the voter turnout is. We have also increased security concerns that this is definitely a charged election. So we just want to make sure that all the workers at all of our voting locations are safe, secure. So we met with the Cobb County Sheriff. Ms. Tate brought them in, and we sat down, talked to them about how their presence hopefully will be at every single advanced voting location site. And there's always that balance between voter intimidation, but at the same time, making sure that all the poll workers feel safe and secure at the location. So we have that along with implementing the panic button tag. So those are things that have been implemented to hopefully ensure as best we can the security of all of our poll workers who are going to be asked to work very, very long hours. And last, our training begins on September 13th at that point in time. So we'll come in, we'll be training all through October with our staff and our team there for the AP team. And we should hopefully be ready come October to knock it out the park. So, yeah. So any questions that you might have for me?
Go ahead. In the last couple of years, the Postal Service has been unpredictable and unreliable, and I know a lot of people are going to be counting on receiving their ballots and sending them back and hoping that they're going to be received in time. And we can't control the Postal Service, but what can we do, I guess, to stay on top of it? And if there's a delay in the Postal Service either getting the ballots to the voters or receiving them, is there anything that we can do?
Yeah, so the platform that we're using, Fort Orange Press, we're going to be able, they're going to be sending out. We're going to be able to track, when they send out the ballots and when they've scanned at the Postal Service. So they've ensured us that their presence on the East Coast, they've seen minimal delays in terms of getting the ballots out to voters. Now, I always try to tell people, educate voters and tell them at the same time, you can always come in person, and obviously if you're elderly or disabled or unable to, that might not be possible. But there's always the advance. That's why we're open for 3 weeks of advanced voting. But as far as the ballots actually making it to, there's nothing we can do actually about the physical mail, USPS getting the ballots out there to them. But we're going to have people answering the phones, and that's what the platform of Airtable is going to be there for as well. Where's your application, the process? And so we're just encouraging people to get their applications in as soon as possible, so we can get the process rolling and getting the ballots out when the time comes.
Ms. Fisher.
I have a question on your dates. I may have read or misunderstood what you were saying. I believe it was September something on UACAVA to be mailed out and October for civilian. Why are we waiting that long?
So that's, the law requires UOCAVA ballots are mailed 45 days ahead of the election, but then we have to wait until the law allows us to mail the regular ballots. So the UOCAVA ballots are typically emailed, but there are still some that are mailed traditional postage. So those are done 45 days out, and then the rest we have to wait until the date that allows us to mail out the regular ballots.
So on civilian, you're talking the UOCAVA expat civilians in
So
other countries?
I think he's using
or-
the term UOCAVA and then everyone else. Civilian is all the regular ballots.
And you have to wait until October to mail them?
Yes, it's
Per changes in the law.
Yeah, for the law.
SB
Who thought that
202.
was a good idea?
We follow the law, that's all
Yeah.
I can say.
October, what was it, I'm sorry, what was the date? I just wrote October.
So everybody
Seven.
can see up there. So we send it out
And
right
we
there.
start early voting when?
The 15th.
15,
Okay.
15. So
Wow.
we'll start on that Tuesday. We'll start Tuesday,
So
October
SB
15th.
202 condensed the window for absentee ballots
Yeah.
to go.
Note to self, need an amendment, that's crazy.
Mr. Bruning?
Thank you.
I had, could you go to the next slide?
Yeah.
Do you have the same information for poll pads?
So, yeah, so that's a great question. So we were looking at that. So in the previous elections, Cobb County had been right around 70, 78, 79 in terms of processing clerks with the poll pads. This one, we're going to be right at about 76. And so you might say, why hasn't that number increased? Because what we determined is that the bottleneck, it's with the cellular poll pads, we process a lot faster than we did when we were using ElectionNet, using the laptops checking in. So the bottleneck usually comes either waiting on the BMD or waiting on the scanners. So especially if we have a longer ballot, they're waiting for the ballots to go through the scanner. So we're trying to put our resources where we think will be most beneficial. And I think the resources allocated to equipment in terms of scanners and BMDs will optimize that better than necessarily adding more poll workers. Because if you've seen it, they can process pretty fast.
And I wanted to add that the implementation of those poll pad printers is what really helped us reduce that bottleneck, where people aren't having to fill out by hand those voter certificates. So that's where we've seen that reduction in the processing time. I think in May, our average check-in time was less than a minute. So they're definitely getting them in and out a lot quicker than with those paper applications.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do have a question. I know you've made reference to Airtable, and Director Fall had been foreshadowing Airtable. I'm happy to see that we have moved forward with that. That is with respect to tracking the application, correct?
Exactly. So that is the application. So it's different from tracking the ballot. So this is specifically when the application comes in requesting an absentee by mail ballot, knowing where it is in terms of when it gets accepted and when it gets issued. So in Jarvis, the state system, you can't really see where it's at unless there's like detailed notes trying to track and see where it's at. With Airtable, when they send in the application, we can go in the system and say, look, it's already to highlight and look up, or look, it's in further review. There's some issue with it if there was something wrong with the particular. So this tracks it, and so that's what they'll be using the scanners for. They'll be able to scan in we'll print out a barcode out of Jarvis. They'll be able to scan that right into Airtable, and so we'll have a tracking mechanism of the application to ensure that every application that we receive that's eligible will be issued a ballot.
Okay, and that's our internal tracking.
That's
I know
our
that
internal tracking.
last week, our Secretary of State announced this ballot scout tool for the purposes of allowing a voter to understand when we have marked their ballot as issued. So definitely don't want to put you on the spot. I wasn't aware that it was coming out. I don't know that anyone was aware that Ballot Scout was being released, but just want to put that on your radar. I know that it is, and I would imagine this board will likely have some questions on a go-forward basis, because again, I know that this announcement came out on August the 6th, just last week. And any type of integration, because that's more public-facing communication using this tool that he or their office has introduced.
Yeah, this is more inward. This is more.
Got it.
Yeah, us
I wanted to
tracking
draw
out-
that distinction for those that are here to the extent
definitely.
that this hit the media last week.
Yeah, definitely.
The Ballot Scout tool will be integrated through Fort Orange Press. So when Fort Orange Press issues that ballot, that intelligent mail barcode, the IMBD is what's scanned and allows us to see, before Ballot Scout was implemented, what Mr. Spivey was saying is that report that we get every day from FOP, where we can see all the scans for every single person's ballot. When it's left there, when they drop it in their facility, it's been scanned. When it's scanned at the next processing facility, when it's scanned here in Marietta, and so on and so forth, all the way to when it's scanned into the actual voter's mailbox. And so that was something that we could see using Fort Orange Press, or we will be able to see. Ballot Scout uses that same data to let the voter log into their portal and see that information on there, and to see when the expected delivery date is. They don't have informed delivery, they might not know. And so then it'll also allow us on the back end to, when it's scanned into our custody, then that'll alert, and that'll be that completion of the Ballot Scout process.
When it's returned back to us.
Yes, and
Are
scanned
we-
as received.
Are we doing anything, again, I know there was a fair amount of media last week around it, but are we doing anything to advise or to, at minimum, make our voters in Cobb County aware that there is this tool, such that, I mean, according to the press release, they can get updates via text, email, and voice call?
Yeah, so once we have more details on what the portal's gonna look like, we'll
Okay.
put that on our website. And then also, one of the items I'm asking for in the contingency budget before the BOC tomorrow is to do a voter information mailer to all registered voter households. And so that will be just a trifold where we'll have one piece on AIP locations, dates, times, one piece on ABM. That way they know the application deadlines, the mail-out dates, and that's when we'll have that ballot scout information there, and then a piece on election day as well.
Okay, great. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you, Mr. Spivey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone have any further?
Next up, we'll have Miss Melissa Miller, who is our very busy registration division manager.
Hello, Board.
Good afternoon.
Tate. So I'm going to talk about the registration, and I apologize, I don't have a visual.
It's perfectly fine.
But I'm going to talk about personnel. So right now, we have 8 open positions. I have 5 permanent part-time election temps. They will cover the receptionist desk that I've been recently charged with. I have 3 permanent part-time seasonals that need to be hired. And then we recently hired a registration specialist, which is one of our lead trainers for our call center. So that will bring our staff up to 36 people. We propose to be fully staffed by September 3rd. Training for our call center will start September 30th, which is a week prior to the October 7th deadline for registration. To be processed. So right now, we have approximately 19,860 registrations to be processed.
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Will you repeat that number?
19,860. So that's 13,120 DDS applications. That's 5,254 online or Oliver applications. And then 1,486 for MVP changes. And out of that 1,486, 85 of those are the registration cancellations that the state just came out with.
I'm sorry, how many using the
85.
using the new portal?
85.
85.
So we're working on a new procedure on how to process those. We haven't actually determined yet. We have canceled 2 of those because we determined that 2 people from the voter challenges did submit through the portal. We have approximately 20,000 to be audited for accuracy that we've already processed. Okay. For hard cards to be keyed, we have approximately 358 new, 320 changes, and then 275 that just came in. So that's a total of 953, in addition to the 19,860.
Okay.
So we got a lot of work to do.
You do.
And we were put on hold because we were doing petitions. So we had to do 3 weeks of petitions. And that was for the presidential candidates that are independents that may appear on the ballot come November. So we had to stop pretty much what we were doing because we had over 1,000 pages of that to go through. And so that was they needed 7,500 statewide signatures. Cobb contributed to the De La Cruz, 846 that was accepted, 408 was rejected. For RFK, Cobb contributed 2,167. Of those, 1,537 was accepted, 630 was rejected. For the West petition, Cobb contributed 690, 401 was accepted, and 289 was rejected. And the deadline to have those completed was August 9th.
Okay.
So we just finished those this past Friday. Recently, we did confirmation mail-out, so that's a part of that electors list maintenance. On July 8th, we mailed out 7,493 out-of-state, out-of-county notices for a cost of $4,795.52. On July 23rd, we mailed out 6,149 within Cobb NCOA notices for a cost of $4,252.81. And then, so that was almost $9,000. That was almost $10,000. It was over $9,000. And recently, we just received instruction yesterday for the ones that we mailed out on July 23rd, that's 6,149 within Cobb County. We were just charged with keying those into the system as part of the NCOA. And we have a deadline to have those 6,000 keyed by the 25th of this month. So yes, we are quite busy.
Okay.
Felon processing is up to date. Vitals processing is up to date. Okay?
Okay.
And that's all I have. Is there anything else? Any
I do have a
questions?
couple of quick questions. I don't know
Okay.
as to whether anyone else does. Sure.
You said you had to put the registration processing on hold for 3 weeks.
Yes.
So now that that's getting started, how long do you think it will take to catch up on all of the registrations that have been waiting?
And if I can add an amendment to that, given the vacancies you have, do you believe that that is going to impact it? My question was essentially the same, but had that additional piece.
Yes. So for the deadline that I've targeted to have everything keyed, I project we'll have everything keyed within the month. September 3rd is my projection date because we do have that mailer that we have to process for the NCOA within county by August 25th. And so we'll have the rest of the keyed right after that. My team is great. You know, once we set a deadline, they knock it out of the box within a week or two. So this 20,000 basically is nothing for the team. If they don't have anything else, you know, preventing them from keying, you know, they knock it out the box.
Right. To that point, my understanding is there were some delays, whereas the teams across the state, and obviously not just in Cobb, were advised to pause with regard to the keying, correct? For those that were that are due to be completed, I believe August the 25th, you said?
Yes, that's the NCOAs within county.
Within county.
Because there was an issue in the state system. And
With
so-
Jarvis.
With Jarvis. And so they paused keying for us.
Okay. And then I just wanted to go back. You said 20,000 were being, 20,000 something was subject to audit. If you could just.
20,086.
Okay. And what is, remind me of what that is again?
That's basically what we call check off the list. So when we went to Jarvis, when we were in ENET, which was the old state system, we had what we called a audit trail, a printed list that we could compare, you know, card to card, card to list, and we no longer have that. What they provide with us now is each line, each field is a separate line. So in order to get an accurate report, we'd have to print, you know, for, say if 10 changes were made, each field would be on a different line for one voter. And so that would lead to numerous pages when most of our packets are divided out by 50 voters at a time. So you're looking at probably about 1,000 pages just for that one packet.
Right, and these are just updates to voter information to the extent that they move from, I don't know, Paces Ferry to South Cobb Drive.
Correct.
Still within Cobb County.
Still within Cobb
But you're
County.
needing to confirm that move and then make sure that that information is keyed correctly such that it's then available in Jarvis.
Right, so our workers go line by line, and they pull up each voter in the system and look at it line by line to make sure it's accurate.
Alrighty. Does anyone have any other questions?
I have a few questions.
Of course, go right ahead.
On the reports that you used to get out of ENET, I remember when those reports were pretty standard. So you're saying in Jarvis you can't download to an Excel or PDF Word document these files, so you would end up printing each individual line per voter?
Each field, that's how it's set up.
So there's no cumulative list that you can look and say, okay, we've entered 20,086 voters, and this is what we entered, and this is what was before?
Well, the report that we get, I mean, it would probably, for 20,000 voters, I mean, it would be costly in paper. So no.
Wow, okay. The other question I have for you is, you gave a number, I think for DDS registrations. I didn't get that number.
13,120.
Thank you. And is there any way you could send us all these numbers in a
Yes.
email? That'd be great. Thank you.
I'll include those in my
I was going to
report
ask
this
if,
week.
if it's not something that's needed right now, can we include it in Ms. Fall's weekly report?
Sure. I would just like to have the numbers
course.
in writing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
We just wanted to make certain whether it's something we need to send to you now or to the entire board now, or if not, Ms. Fall obviously sends us a weekly
I'm
report.
going to guess they aren't going to change between now and
No.
when I get it. So whenever you
It was
can
more about the
get to
timing
it,
of your receipt.
Go up every day.
whenever you can get to it, it'd be great.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Last but certainly not least, we have our communications and outreach specialist, Ms. Tammy Thorpe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. I am roughly 2 months into my position, so bear with me on some things I may or may not know yet. All right, so I'm giving you a high-level overview of kind of the plan that Director Fall and I have kind of worked out for communications. So part of my role is internal communications and external. All right, so for internal, our goals and objectives are to ensure alignment and clarity within division, or the department, excuse me, improve efficiency and productivity, and boost morale and motivation. So those objectives, in the detail, they're going to be unified vision, consistent brand. I'm even here tonight, I'll just break, there's been 3 presentations, each one has been different, right? So that's one of the things too, is that the product that we put out, that it all kind of looks the same. So efficiency and productivity, regular updates to the staff, and then seasonal communication support. Right now I'm a party of 1. So with moving forward is ideally to get me some assistance. And then regular updates to the staff would be just like monthly newsletters, what's things that are happening, so that the staff all feels that we're not working in silos, we're all working together. Morale and motivation, so recognize and celebrate our successes. That would be team member highlights, just simple things, right? Like what's going on within, like prep, for example. Michael could recommend one of his seasonals that has done a really good job, and we could highlight that person within the department. Provide support and resources. Honestly, it's utilizing the kind of resources that we already have. I know people have mentioned today about our the length of hours that we work and the severity of things that we deal with. So the county already has resources about mental and physical health, just making sure our staff actually know what's available to them. And then our external goals and objectives are to increase awareness and visibility, build credibility and trust, and then stakeholder engagement. All right, so awareness and visibility, social media is one of the big things. Coming soon, we're going to get our own Facebook page, I'm very excited about. X, also known as Twitter, and then our own LinkedIn page and Instagram. Also, we're going to be doing newsletters as well. I know the county puts out like their weekly line newsletter, so that also will be coming from us too. And then outreach events and civic holidays. So I know in like the last year when I was doing it, it's like kind of a portion of my job. We kind of was sporadic that we would do outreach events. So now it's more of a targeted effort, obviously, because now I'm doing it kind of a full-time basis. So we'll be, this is just the outline for the next 3 months. So we just had National Poll Worker Recruitment Day. On that one day alone, we received 60 applications, which is excellent for us. We're able to be featured with, I believe it was Channel 2, came out and did an actual media segment, so that was helpful to boost poll worker applications for us. So coming up in September, we have Disability Voting Rights Week, so we'll be highlighting that. In addition to that is National Voter Registration Day, which is on the 17th. We do the whole month, kind of like a blast. We did it last year, was the first time. So as of now, we have 9 events scheduled throughout the county. What we're doing is tagging on to events that are already happening, that already have large market share. So prime example would be Kennesaw's concert series, their first Friday concert. They already have hundreds of people there, captive audience. That's where we're going to go to. We're going to do National Voter Education Week, which is in October, and then National Vote Early Day, which will highlight advanced voting, and then Election Hearing Day, which obviously highlights poll workers and the election staff. So these are already like national holidays, so they already have market share. There's things that we can piggyback off of. All right, so a last one is credibility and trust. One of the things that we want to be able to do is showcase our expertise, right? And then the why behind the what. A lot of things I've heard, even just sitting here tonight, is like there's the what, but they don't understand the why behind that. And so being able to educate people that this is the law behind the thing that we're doing. Or in addition to that is election readiness. Like, what is your vote plan? Do people know that there are 3 ways to vote? Do you know what your options are? In addition to that is recruitment. One of the things that poll worker recruitment, seasonal staff recruitment for absentee, registration, prep, everybody needs help, right? So being able to educate people on what their options are, and then showcase our success stories. Like, we have excellent staff. Like, we need to tell people about the great work that we're doing and the hours that we're putting in. So want to showcase those kind of things. And then stakeholder engagement, so identifying key stakeholders and developing partnerships, whether it be through community organizations. But we've partnered with people like in the last couple of years, but being more strategic about building that cohesive relationship. Also with our public and private higher education institutions, going to the high schools and registering the seniors to vote. I know that our registration department does and sends something to them, but being more targeted and sending out a group from our department to be on site to help register. And then city and county leadership, just partnering with our cities to say, hey, what events do you have coming up that we can be at? And so instead of, essentially now I'm beating the pavement and I'm making phone call after phone call after phone call to try to get into their events, building that solid relationship so that they can let me know 6 months ahead of time, hey, we have so-and-so coming up. Because now I'm looking at the calendar of events and I'm like, oh, can I get into your event? It's not a great relationship. So building that. And then elected officials, they have a market base, right? They can post that what advanced voting flyers are coming out. They can post that the polling location changes. They can post what the election dates are, just utilizing that relationship so they can help us get out the message of what election's coming up. Any questions?
I don't have questions. I just appreciate the diligence with which you've attacked the job. We've been asking, and thank you for making certain that this position was created. I think I believe we all think it's extremely important, making certain that we're communicating. And while we do appreciate the opportunity and the work that Ross and his team consistently does and sending information out on the county's social media sites, I'm happy to hear that there is an opportunity to have a dedicated social media page or for elections, so we can get that specific message out.
Yeah.
All right, well, if nothing else, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Director Hall.
Thank you. Before I get started on my update, I have to say that I've been here 8 months, and it has been a very hard 8 months. I had a friend ask me if I had prayed for humility, and I did not, but it feels like that sometimes. And we talked weeks ago about getting prepared mentally for a presidential year. Every day is the hardest day you've ever experienced, and you think, how could it possibly get more difficult? And then you show up to work and it does. And that has started a lot earlier than we had anticipated. And I am humbled every day to lead this team. And they're the reason I get out of bed, because they show up to work no matter what's on the news, no matter what people say, and they have a smile on their face, and they work harder than anyone I've ever seen in my life. And it is my absolute privilege to lead them, and that's all I'm doing. I'm leading their good work. They're the ones doing it, and it's so great to see that on full display. And I thank them for all the unpaid hours, catching my tears in my office with the door shut, giving me a pep talk when I need it. I can never repay y'all for what you've done for me and what we'll continue to do in my next 29 years and 4 months that I'll be here until retirement. I'm not going anywhere. I have a mortgage here, so I'll be here. So with that, I'll lead into a little bit of what I had prepared, which is about admin stuff, and then I'll touch on some other things that have popped up as we've been here. So in your packets, I've included 2 different org charts. So the first is the org chart as it stands today, where we're at. You can see those vacancies are highlighted in red that the division managers mentioned. A lot of those they mentioned, we were able to convert 10 seasonal positions to part-time positions. And to give a little bit of nomenclature, seasonal in elections is not seasonal. Seasonal are full-time employees, but they don't have benefits, they don't earn leave, they don't get paid for holidays that they're not scheduled. So it is a lot of the work we rely on in seasonals, and it's been one of my priorities to make sure that this institutional knowledge that is held by seasonals that have been with us for 18, 15, 10 years, that they are permanent staff. And so we were able to convert 10 of those positions to part-time. So don't think seasonal that they're only here 5 days a year. They're here all year. And so that's a big conversion that we've seen there. And then the second org chart is what is going to be moving forward. As I mentioned in my last weekly update, we did get a reclass. So I had been asking for a deputy director, as I'm one of the only divisions of this size, departments of this size, that does not have a deputy, and realizing that that probably wasn't going to happen soon, we looked at doing a reclass and taking some positions that we have and combining them and then underfilling others to get us what we need. And a big piece that takes up my time is finance. Approving every P-card purchase, approving every PO at that level is a lot of work. We buy a lot of things. We use a lot of materials. And so we're looking at reclassing some positions and creating the business manager. So the business manager position will oversee all of that financial piece. Also have final sign-off on purchases over a certain amount, of course, but they'll be able to take those Office Depot sign-offs and the Amazon sign-offs for pins and things like that. They'll also oversee that admin team. So we're really excited about that. And then that'll allow me to have a true admin assistant. So we'll underfill the administrative supervisor position to be an admin assistant. Right now, my admin is also over all of HR. She's over poll worker payroll. She's right now over the finances. And so this will allow those duties to be separated, and then those positions to really be doing what their job description is actually telling them that they're doing. One of my priorities has been that people are in the accurate job class and that they are compensated for the work that they're doing, not the work that they signed up to do 10 years ago. And so that's something that's really important for us as we move forward. I also included in my last update to the board where we're at with all of our hires. So I know some of the division managers mentioned several. So we've recently hired our full-time voter registration specialist 2. We filled our part-time HR tech position. Kara got her admin specialist 3, which completed her team. And then we have the 4 part-time election coordinators and absentee by mail. These are those seasonal workers who have been with us over a decade, and now they're actual part-time positions, and they're going to be rewarded and be able to accrue leave, what a concept, in order to take a vacation, because they don't get to do that currently. We are currently recruiting 5 part-time elections tech, as Melissa mentioned, in registration. These are going to be our receptionists. They're going to work the registration window and work the phone line, and we're going to rotate those. That way we get better exposure and people don't get burned out. Being the face when people first walk in, that can be a lot when we're open as many hours as we are during voting. And we'll also work on that part-time election coordinator position in prep that Michael mentioned. And then we're currently drafting with HR the business manager and the admin assistant positions to be posted as soon as possible. So we target, like they mentioned, mid-September for hires on all of those. And we're looking forward to being a full team and attacking the job in the best way we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for those updates. And I know that you'd previously provided some of the reclasses. I guess my question for you, as that deputy director discussion began prior to your joining us, and it really was an outgrowth of the majority of this board, you know, being in a position where we had an elections director that was retiring, and let's just face it, there was no succession planning. Succession planning can happen in a number of different ways. Obviously, a deputy director was one way that we were talking about, but notwithstanding the fact that you're going to be here for 29 years and 4 months, as you've just shared with us, what, I guess, cross-training are you doing in making certain that in the eventuality that you're not here? I mean, a deputy director ideally would be the next in line, but obviously you've got a competent group of divisional managers here. But if you just share with us a bit about that, because that is a pivot.
Absolutely. So now that we have the 4 divisions, whereas previously we had 3, we're able to kind of delegate that work a little bit better. We have weekly meetings. That way they're fully aware of what each other has going on. They communicate consistently because they all teach each other or touch each other in some way. And so whenever I'm gone, when I take my weekend here and there, I always designate someone as my POC. And so I'm trying to rotate them. That way they have that experience and that exposure. And then if I have any longer term absences planned, then we'll communicate that with the board. I'll designate, if it's a long enough time to name an acting director, we'll do that through HR to ensure that they have all the authority they need from purchasing through answering emails. And so that's something that we're actively working on, and they all are willing to step up whenever I need them. And so I think having 4, it feels a little bit more like we've spread the wealth versus put it on one person to kind of handle it all.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or comments, concerns they want to raise? Okay, thank you.
And then I had just a few other things I wanted to
go right
touch
ahead.
on. I apologize.
No problem.
Outside of the admin, so I know earlier there was mention of the sheriff's involvement in elections. And I appreciate that comment being brought up because I think that that's a newer development in terms of my understanding of how that works here in Georgia. So the sheriffs are constitutionally delegated with the responsibility of protecting elections, protecting our equipment, protecting us. And so it was brought to our attention that because they are at some AIP sites full-time, others are roaming, that the sheriff's name is on the vehicles, and his name was on the ballot in May. So once this was brought to our attention, as it was new to me, as it was not how it was in my previous jurisdiction, those vehicles parked outside of the 150-foot line where campaigning cannot take place. And for November, we're actually cutting black magnets to fit the spec of that fender that has the sheriff's name on it, so they'll all be covered. So both in AIP and on Election Day, the name will be fully covered. That way we're not violating any possible campaign rules of campaigning within that 150 feet, because we do want our sheriffs as close to the door as possible. That's always ideal. As far as the sheriffs charging extra, I believe was mentioned, there is no charging extra. We do a direct exchange of, they send me the payroll of the people who worked in the hours that I requested them to work at the numbers I requested, and then we do an interdepartmental transfer and we transfer those funds to cover that payroll. We typically have 2 AIP sites that require full-time sheriffs, our office and Tim D. Lee Senior Center, and then the others roam amongst the sites. For November, I have requested the sheriff to support all 12 of our proposed sites for all hours and all days. And this is a big jump, but to be totally transparent, and I think those of y'all who have been observers in the office and I've gotten to know, I'm really big on transparency. This idea of poll worker safety is what keeps me up at night. You heard earlier from a poll manager that experienced an altercation, and only once the individual was walking away did she realize he was carrying a weapon. This is real. This is something that we're experiencing. I have seasoned poll workers that don't want to work. I have people in the office who have worked for us for decades, and they're retiring. And to me, having poll worker safety on my conscience, it only makes sense that we engage our partners in the sheriff's office and we ask for them to monitor our AIP sites, all of them, the entire time we're open, for the 3 weeks that we're open. We're taking on that cost. That's what part of the contingency fund is requesting. And so that's not at the sheriff's. They do as much or as little as I request. So I want to make that very clear that that is coming from me and not from anyone within the sheriff's department. I know as far as the other questions with the budget, I hate that since this is a BOER meeting, Finance Director Bill Volkman isn't here. We'll be there tomorrow together. And so the reason this contingency came about is it was originally included in the budget. It was a designated contingency within the budget that was presented to the BOC. Because the reason that we took that out is, as I was working with the finance department, this was the second week of my job in December is when we did the budget. And so the issue with the budget is that in a presidential year, we have so many more expenses, and it was causing our budget to have this big lump and then even out the rest of the years. So in order to have a more accurate projection as to what our base costs are for operating, they asked that we remove presidential related expenses and put that into a contingency, and then just request the budget of what is our base level expenses. So the budget that was approved is the same budget amount as was the last year's budget, which was a municipal year. So I think most people would agree that we cannot operate a presidential election on a municipal election budget. So because of that, we have the contingency that designates direct presidential election costs to that one-time fee, as opposed to putting it in the budget as an annual recurring fee, because we will not have these same expenses next year when it's a municipal year. And so that's the purpose of that. I also wanted to talk about the shift work. This is something that's been brought up consistently. And in speaking with different members of the board and different opinions, those of y'all who have worked, those of you who have helped assign people, it's a lot of work to do shift work. And I want to recognize that not everyone has the ability to dedicate 14, 15, 16 hours on election day. But the idea of shift work is burdensome on the staff. The idea of what if the afternoon shift doesn't show up, then we're down a person. That's scary for poll managers when we need every single person to be trained and be there. So we're looking at doing an idea of openers and closers instead. So the idea would be that on top of the core numbers that we need at that polling place, people who cannot work a whole day, they can volunteer. Well, they'll get paid, so it's not volunteer, but they'll volunteer to be either an opener and a closer or one or the other, and they'll go and they'll have a specific list of tasks that they need to do for opening, making sure the machines get open on time, taking some of that burden off of the manager team, the assistant manager team, with making sure certain paperwork is done before the doors open, making sure they open on time, and then they'll have a closing checklist as well for closers. So they'll come back, be a fresh set of eyes after a long 14 hours that they're open, and then they'll be able to double check paperwork, double check that everything is the way it's supposed to be before it comes to our office, and be that fresh set of eyes. So it's a way for people who can't give 14, 15, 16 hours to engage and be a really critical part of the process. And so we're looking forward at developing that, and we'll have materials on that soon once we get the training piece figured out, and we'll work with our area managers to make sure that we're getting the people assigned in the areas where we really need them.
Thank you. Did you have anything further?
That's all.
Okay. I have just a couple of quick points, but again, does anyone have anything? No. So with regard to the contingency portion of the budget, I do appreciate that explanation, especially in this public forum, especially in light of some of the communications that were directed to myself and other board members. And then with regard to the shift work, there obviously, again, prior to your joining us, been a lot of conversation around shift work. And while I do fully appreciate the burden, I also appreciate your being creative to try to figure out a way to engage individuals that want to participate as poll workers, where shift work may not be the best option or a viable option given the burden, finding another alternative. So thank you for that. I will note where we are in the agenda. Again, I have deferred any update that I have to the board member comments. I want to take just a moment. So we have new business on the agenda, board member comments, executive session, which I know that we will need. I've also received via text a request for us to take a brief bio break for some individuals. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to recess for 5 minutes. It is 5:24. We will resume at 5:29. But I will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. 5:29, please. We still have a fair number of items we need to get to on the agenda. entertain a motion to resume the meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bruning. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded to resume our meeting. We're resuming it at, well, we will resume it at 5:31. All of those in favor? And you can vote via the buttons. Thank you, CP, and the motion passes unanimously. All right, where we are in our agenda is new business. First up is the advance in-person voting schedule for our upcoming November 5th general election. Director Fall, you will be presenting, I assume, because your staff is gone.
Yes, I sent them home.
Indeed.
So we'll get the flyer pulled up that we normally look at. So this is very similar to the proposal I brought a few weeks ago. You'll note that we did change the Sunday hours to reflect 12 to 5 at those 5 locations. I think that will allow us to capture the church crowd that does like to vote on Sundays, while also allowing our workers to go to church if they would like to, and have a little bit of time with their families after working really, really long hours. And so these are the locations and the times that we've presented. We can also, after we have some time looking at that, we can pull up the map. So the reason that the flyer hasn't changed outside of the 12 to 5 is because there is no possibility of us getting a larger facility for even 1 week. We worked through the Jim R. Miller, we worked through some other locations, and they're all reserved. And so what we looked at, and you'll see in the third attachment of your packets that I put together, a stapled packet that looks like this. And this reflects our equipment numbers from November 2020, November 2022, and then the numbers we're proposing for this November. So what we're looking at is maximizing the possible equipment at these sites. I will note at Fair Oaks, which is our new site for this election, they did give us the gym for the final week. So we'll move from what is a smaller meeting room where we'll only have 2 quads into a gym where we'll have likely 4 quads, which will be great. And so we were able to do that there. We just don't have larger sites available at any of those other locations or any additional sites. But you'll note in the numbers document, in November 2020, we had 135 BMDs. That was across 11 sites. And we were open 2,211 hours for that election. And then in November 2022, you'll note we had 166 BMDs. We had 11 sites plus 1 week at Jim R. Miller. We were there for 1 week. And we worked a total of 2,441 hours for that election. Finally, our proposal for this election reflects 209 BMDs to be deployed, and this is a minimum. This actually doesn't include that growth at Fair Oaks because we're still working through the site survey to ensure we can add additional quads. And that'll put us at 12 sites with 2,518 hours. So the most equipment and the most hours we've worked across sites. The team really feels like this is the best proposal that we can offer to ensure that we're not sacrificing customer service. One of the issues we have with maxing out our sites with the election hubs that we use is sometimes, sure, at Fair Oaks Gym, we could put 10 quads in there, but then you lose all sense of privacy. And that's something that we're constantly battling in AIP, is in these sites where we have quads and we try to position them in the best way we can. And we don't want anyone to feel like that they're able to be watched of how they're voting. The Georgia Constitution requires us to guarantee a private ballot, and so we do our best to do that. So with this, again, this would be a minimum of 209. We're looking at pumping up that Fair Oaks. We're looking at possibly pumping up Ben Robertson. One of our big sites, Tim D. Lee, we are looking at the possibility of utilizing more ADA tabletop voting machines to better fit in that space than our traditional carriers. So we're doing the most we can with what the electricity allows, while also not sacrificing privacy. And then that final document in your packet is a breakdown of the hours. So you can see where I pulled those hours from are reflected across the 4 elections that are listed there.
Just to be certain, the total hours, it's this document?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, with the red text, black and red. And those also, for the previous elections, it reflects how many total voters we saw. And so I think that gives a good picture of where we're at and how we're projecting to increase. You can see the large increase in the total hours open. We did 189 or 198 for 2020 and 2022, and we'll be open 204 and 218 hours across sites, depending on if they're open for Sunday or not. So with that, that is our proposal for advanced voting for November.
Thank you for that. I do recall that we had some extensive conversation about one of the polling locations, that being Tim Lee Senior Center. I do see that it is here. I know individuals on the board, myself included, were concerned about making a shift for this election, given the fact that the registered voters in that polling precinct have grown very accustomed to being there. We had relied upon you to be in touch with the constituents that use Tim Lee Senior Center. If you could just provide some context briefly about that outreach to them and kind of where you all landed. But obviously, we landed in a place where we could still vote there.
Yes, sure. So if we want to bring up the map, just so we can look at that visual as well. So with the use of Tim Lee, we're working on putting together meeting with the constituents in order to hear their thoughts. They understand that there's nothing we can do for November. We are looking at the possibility of moving into, I believe, the Mountain View Library that's in that same complex, if I'm not mistaken, in the future. But it's just not possible. They already have programming planned through the time, and although they are a very willing partner and excited about the possibility of working together in the future, we don't want to sacrifice planning that's already been planned. And so I also, in this morning, spoke in the BOC agenda prep, and Commissioner Burrell did confirm that we do not want to take away Tim Lee, because she has heard many constituents that appreciate us utilizing that as an early voting location. And so I'm hopeful that we'll have a great turnout there, and then transition to Mountain View Library, which is in that same parking lot. We're not moving even across the street, really, and so that'll still serve those voters that reached out to the commissioner and expressed their deepest gratitude for us being there.
Have you looked at getting the community center, which practically shares the parking lot with the senior center?
Sure, so we've looked at all of the facilities in that area for November, and they're all booked.
No, I meant for future. You were talking about for future at Mountain View Library. Well, the community center has a bigger room than all of them combined.
I believe that the team reached out to all of the sites there, and that was they felt the best option moving forward, but I'll circle back with them and make sure that they touch base with the
Yeah, if you
community
haven't
center
seen it, it's a
specifically.
huge room there.
Anyone else have anything else? No? Okay. Well, and thank you, Ms. Fisher, for that. I personally have not seen that facility. Perhaps I'll take a look at it. However, in light of the fact that we are moving forward with Tim Lee Senior Center for the general election and any potential runoff, at least that's a proposal. Is there any further discussion about that particular topic?
No, but I do have a question on the new precinct. You're only doing 2 quads at the new precinct for the first 2 weeks, and
Yes, that's the most equipment we can have in that room.
so speaking of your budget, I know you have 13 poll pads. I was thinking we were going into a humongous location, so it isn't a
So
large.
that's to support both this site there, as well as adding additional poll pads to the other 12 sites. So it's the idea that we'll figure out where the larger sites can take more poll pads, and then making sure that we're maximizing that across all the sites.
And we have additional employees to go with all this stuff, I
Yes, the
hope.
staffing and managers are all set, and they have been working on their staffing for November. And AIP does work on a shift model, so they will all be on shift, which will help us tremendously cut back on the amount of overtime that we have had to pay previously. And so we're grateful to the AIP team for being willing to take on that task of shift work.
Okay. If there is nothing further with respect to the proposed schedule for advance in-person voting for our upcoming November 5th election, happy to entertain a motion.
I'd like to move to approve Exhibit D, the advanced voting plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Fisher seconded. It's been moved and properly seconded to approve Exhibit D to the agenda, which sets forth the advance in-person voting locations and times for the upcoming November 5th general election. We have our buttons back, so all of those in favor? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Too much, oh, here it is. Too much paper. The next item on the agenda. Ms. Fall?
Thank you. So I wanted to bring forward proposed dates for the possible District 2 and 4 special elections. So I've been speaking with Mr. White about this and what's in code, what that requires. And it's a little bit nuanced, I guess, in that. And tell me when I'm wrong. I'm still in my first semester of law school here. So
Actually, a little bit, law school's a little bit more than that. I just want to interrupt you for just one moment. Mr. White, prior to Ms. Fall sharing this, is there any brief preliminary remarks that you believe appropriate given the public's interest in this topic?
Sure. Just, again, I'll try to keep it brief and as close to layman's terms as I can.
Yes.
Try not to get too much legalese in there. The order that we have from Judge Hill says that the board shall call for a special election as soon as reasonably practicable after the November general. In reading that and then reading that in conjunction with the state election code, what that really means just in practical terms is if there's not a runoff, in theory, there's a way that you could consider holding it pretty quickly, like calling for it even in December, and then issuing the call in December, and then doing something early in the year. If not, then you're kind of getting into the next year, and Ms. Fall will talk to you more about logistics and why it would, with redistricting and ballot building and all that, why it would sort of push it into a different schedule. But I want to point out that the code that deals with special elections talks about, there's always people say, well, don't you have to have it on these particular days? And there's two different things in there, one for referendums and one for what says county offices and state offices. But what the provision really says is to fill vacancies in county offices. If you're having a special election for that purpose, to fill vacancies, then it has to be on one of these 4 dates. Or 3 days, well, in odd years and even years, there's different ones. And so if the board is having to call an election to fill a vacancy, you've got to have the election on those particular dates. If you're not filling vacancies, the only restriction is you got to have 29 days between the call and the election. Now, we know that's a minimum of 29 days. There's also other things you would want to include in terms of you got to have qualifying, you got to have just all of the logistical things of advance voting and opportunities for absentee ballots and all that. So you probably would not call something just 29 days later, but you could. That's about as accelerated as you could get under the law is 29 days. So that's the distinction I just think people need to understand going in, is that there's a difference between the schedule that you have to use to fill a county office vacancy, which is those specific dates, versus the shorter schedule that you can employ for if you're just having a special election that's court ordered. And the way I read the court's reading, there's no restriction one way or the other. There are actually some motions now pending by other parties that sort of deal with whether there are vacancies or not. But up to this point, the board has not really asked the court to take a rule on it. But those are discussions we have to have as a board in executive session.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I appreciate the context, thought everyone else would. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, Ms. Hall.
That's perfect. He says it a lot better. So I think that the idea is that I'm putting forward 2 possible schedules. One, if we do have a December runoff, and the one I'm proposing is in conjunction with those dates laid out in code. So if we get to that point where we're filling a vacancy, then that would be our only option. But also, if we do not have a December runoff, what would be the as soon as possible dates? So if we do not have a December runoff, which I always plan on a runoff, which is why I hadn't even thought of the possibility of us not having one, but if we don't have one, we're targeting qualifying December 18th through 20th. So to back that up, the reason that we came up with that date is because we have to wait for the November election to be certified. Then we can begin the redistricting process. And we have to complete the redistricting process prior to qualification to ensure we're qualifying the candidates in the correct districts.
Again, I will probably ask questions just for the benefit of everyone that's watching because it's such a topic of interest. You said qualify or redistricting. Perhaps maybe share a bit about redistricting because a lot of folks have questions about redistricting and how it's implicated here.
Absolutely. So I've used the analogy before that redistricting is like a pie, a pizza, right? So your ballot combo, what makes up your ballot combo is what creates that pizza. So you can't have your ballot combo without each of those numbers. One of those numbers is your commission district. So when those numbers change, the whole ballot combo changes. So we have to go back into Jarvis, the state voter registration system, and we have to go street by street within Cobb County and assign that street segment a ballot combo. So in some areas, there won't see much change. In other areas, we will see significant change. And so because of that, Ms. Miller has targeted 2 weeks for redistricting and then a week of quality control to ensure that we are correct and that everyone's getting placed in the correct district before we open the gates and start qualifying.
Right, and when could that redistricting, the placement of individual addresses in the correct districts, when can that begin?
That can only begin once the election has been certified. So the Secretary of State has told us multiple times in training and emails that we cannot conduct redistricting during an active election. And the election is only no longer active once it has become certified.
Didn't they later disagree with our assumption on what they said? We know they said? Didn't they come back and say, no, you could have?
No, well, I think what you're talking about is the assumption. You're saying there was a question during training about whether you could just go ahead and redistrict all the other races and get those in place without doing the county commission piece. And that was the whole issue about all the training before that. It said, don't lock in redistricting in all these other districts until you have all of your districts ready to go. And we were waiting on the school district and all the three the state house and this. So that was that issue where they said, later the Secretary of State said, well, we didn't say you have to do that, but then we sent them the training videos where they said they did. So that's a separate issue. This would have applied even in that circumstance when there's an open election and you cannot change it in the Jarvis system. And it just and even at this point, it couldn't be done because they're too close to ballot building for this current election.
Even though they're not in the election? Even though these districts are
Right,
not
so-
won't be.
So the reason for that is we have to create totally new ballot combos. So let's say I'm ballot combo 1030 under home rule map. And we did the nomenclature to where if I'm 1030 under home rule map, I'd be 1130 under state drawn map or something similar. So we knew that there was at least a QC there. So if we went in right now and the election's being built under those ballot combos, the 10 ballot combos, right? Let's say those numbers there. And then they change me to 1130 right now, which in theory they could do that, right? But when I go to vote and I check in and the poll pad assigns that ballot style to my card, it's gonna pull the new combo that's been put in, which is 1130. And there's not a ballot assigned to that combo because they've built the election on the combos that already exist because we're finishing the ballot build right now. So right now, when I go get my ballot, it's gonna be ballot style combo 1030. But if I'm in Jarvis as 1130, then it's not gonna pull that 1030 ballot.
So you can't upload all this stuff and then hit enter?
No, I wish. It would make it much easier and cost a lot less staff time.
Yes.
Okay, and again, apologies, but I
No,
thought
thank
it's
you.
helpful to provide context for what redistricting is and what it isn't, and the level of effort and work that must go into it, and the delay, not due to anything that this office can control. It's just the fact that we're in the middle of an election. Ballots are being built right now, correct?
Right, yes, yes. They were due last Friday. So that's 2 weeks for redistricting, a week for QC, and then that would put us at December 18th through 20th for qualifying. For a special election, you only have to do 2.5 days of qualifying, which is great. So we can get that done quickly. And then spacing out our time for AIP, we would schedule a primary for February 11th. And that would mean AIP would begin January 20th. So we would have still the full 3 weeks of AIP. I would likely propose our office as well as one AIP site in District 2, one AIP site in District 4, as we did the runoff for May. I think that that system worked really well and helped serve those voters there.
I have a question on that. You're going the full 45 days, so it's not less than 15 days, not more than 45. And we're about there at 45. So could that time frame not be condensed?
This is what I believe is the safest estimate in terms of building our ballots, because once qualifying occurs December 18th through the 20th, then we have to build ballots. So that process for a ballot this size would likely take maybe a week, but because we're doing all new combos, we have to QC every single ballot to make sure the combos are being correctly assigned, that someone that's no longer in 2 is not able to get a District 2 ballot. So that means we're having to QC all of those by hand and checking those ballot combos against the ballot that is pulling up. And that's a very labor-intensive process. And it's not just me. Normally, Michael will do a round, Melissa will do a round, then I'll do a round to make sure we're not missing anything. So that's the process with the ballot build post-redistricting that takes extra time versus a typical ballot build.
Even though we had these districts in there before we switched it a couple months ago.
I can't speak to that directly because I'm not sure how the transition to Jarvis affected when it was an ENET, so I can't speak to that directly.
No, we were legislative maps up until, when was it?
But I believe that was prior to the implementation of the new school board maps and the new state drawn, the rest of our state maps, which totally changed the ballot
We were still in
combos.
Jarvis, and, well, when was the case?
The maps have changed.
Not since, no, originally you all had the legislative.
Not just for the commission, it's for legislative districts, for school board districts.
Yeah, I understand that.
And they all changed the ballot combos.
I understand that, but we're only talking this race when we come back in to double check the ballots.
Right.
We're only talking 2 races.
So it's part of that ballot.
In 2 districts, not all the state, correct? Or
So it's part of that ballot combo process. So when those legislative maps were implemented the first time, it was one piece of a ballot combo. The street file doesn't work where we say, this is the street, my street address. I'm Commission District 3, I'm House District this. That's not how it works. If it did, then we maybe could go back. The way it works is my street is ballot combo 1030. I can't go in and say, okay, now just change that commission district. I have to do a whole new combo in order to get that street in the right place. So there would be no way, since the other pieces of that ballot combo have now changed, there would be no way to re-implement those previous ballot combos that were used.
could we go back to ENAC?
Well, that's a question for a different authority.
So we have that February 11th primary date. We always have to plan for a primary runoff, of course. We always have to plan for a runoff. So pushing out the dates for that would be March 11th. AIP would begin March 3rd for that runoff. Then we would have our general on April 29th, and AIP would begin April 7th. So that's if we do not have a December runoff. The general election would be April 29th. Moving forward to that last orange option, if we were to have a December runoff, I would propose that we run the special elections in conjunction with the scheduled June election, which places us on the election dates laid out in code. So that would give us, again, we have to wait to qualify the December runoff. So we'll qualify the week after December 3rd. It's December, I don't do math in public, 9th, I believe. And then we can wait for the state, and then we can begin right then. So that's that 2 weeks of redistricting, the 1 week of QC. And that would put us with qualifying January 27th through the 29th The primary would be March 18th, which again is the date laid out in code, the third Tuesday in March. AIP would begin February 24th. A runoff would be April 15th, with AIP the week of April 7th. And that would place our general election in conjunction with a statewide general election we already have to host for the Public Service Commission. So it's already a budgeted election, which is great. So that would be a general election date of June 17th, with AIP beginning May 26th.
Okay, and so your suggestion, the other option, I know we've not discussed it or you've not shared it with us, but we do have it here in front of us. The dates would essentially, they appear to be the same with the exception of the general election.
Right, so there is the other option that I wanted to show, that if we were to do, we have a December runoff and we're doing it as soon as possible, I still believe with a December runoff that January 27th, 29th qualifying date is the absolute earliest we could do with the December runoff based on the redistricting
What is the date
process.
of the December runoff?
I believe it's December 3rd. Don't make me a liar. December 3rd.
Yeah.
So we'd be, our
month?
county board would be
Oh,
certifying December 9th.
December the 3rd.
December the 3rd is the runoff, and the
Right.
earliest you could do is the end of January?
Right, because we have the holidays. So unless we would do, because the state is certifying December 20th, which puts us right at the week of Christmas, where we would begin redistricting after the state is certified. And I don't want to make my team work the week of Christmas if they don't want to. And then the week after that, we have New Year's. New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, I believe, are both county holidays. I think, it's been a while. So then we would really be able to start redistricting work January 2nd.
Is the state certification December the 20th or December the 27th?
Is it the 27th? Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was
According,
wrong date.
that's
Thank you.
one of the reasons why. So state certification of the returns doesn't take place until December the 27th, and obviously we've got the intervening holidays. So
if we were able to start redistricting on January 2nd, that would give us 2 days that week, and then really the next 2 weeks for redistricting, a week for quality control, and then that puts us at January 27th through 29th. This is what I believe is the quickest but safest option for us to ensure that we're doing the work correctly, without being absolutely exhausted for having just worked a major presidential election and an additional runoff. That's a lot on the staff to do that. So this would push us still, March 18th would still be the primary, with AIP beginning on February 24th. The runoff is still a set number of days later at April 15th, AIP beginning April 7th. But I do believe we could do the general election earlier if we weren't to look at that scheduled June election, that we could have the general election May 27th with AIP beginning May 5th. But why I would caution against that is because we have the required scheduled June 17th election where AIP starts May 26th, which is the day before what could be the soonest possible primary. And then we're talking about a countywide election that's required with a special election for half of the county. That would really push our resources because we'd have to have totally separate programmed equipment. And I believe it would really stretch us to not have the spares we would need to successfully run an election.
Okay.
So,
Your mic. Oh, you've got it? Okay, no, you've got it. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
so we're basically being asked to choose between, well, we'll have the no December runoff as option one, and then choose between the other two December runoff possibilities as option two, and then be ready to execute one of those two chosen options as soon as we know if we're having a runoff. Is that what we're doing? Okay. So really the question for the board is, which December runoff option are we going to choose as our option two? Am I understanding that?
No, that's not what I understood it to be. My understanding is, just for purposes to make it easy, the green is the, at least for our purposes as we're looking at, the green is if there is no December runoff, correct? And then the third line or the row the orange, we're deciding between the middle orange and the second orange?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that that's what Stacy was saying. Our brains met there.
Oh, okay.
So I think that it's just that you could choose, of course, the May 27th general election.
Right.
That is just not what I would propose to you. I'm proposing the June 17th general election.
I think 6 months to hold an election is really, that's a really long time. If nothing else, the optics of that are not good. 6 months, 6 months without 2 commissioners in their seats, that's a long time.
I will refrain from addressing the latter portion of that and just focus on the schedule, your concern with the schedule and the 6 months. My understanding is what's proposed is based upon, one, statutorily required deadlines and timeframes, and then two, what's required by our office to administer this election with respect to redistricting that, again, cannot take place. And when I say redistricting, going into Jarvis, someone going into Jarvis, it's not me, it's not you, but someone going into Jarvis, the creation of that combo that says that, you know, this is the House seat that goes with my address, this is the commissioner's seat, creation of that combo, and then going street by street in both Commissioner District 2 and Commissioner District 4. So that's the 2 weeks plus the 1 week for QC. I guess, if you will,
You
Director.
have to put in all 4 districts for mapping.
Well, exactly, and that then complicates, well, not complicates it, but it creates even more of a consideration. If you will, just for purposes of having this conversation, the redistricting that needed to take place earlier this year, how long did that take?
I believe it took us 4 weeks.
Right.
And that was with the state's QC tool, which we will now have to pay for because that contract ended with the Secretary of State. So in order to ensure the data is correct, we have to have that tool. And so this is a condensed timeline. They had the forethought to go ahead and put in the ballot combo numbers for the legislative map when they were doing the state home rule map. So the combos exist in Jarvis. So now we have to go in and do street by street, and there's 29,000 street segments in Cobb County that have to be manually assigned a combo.
Okay, and so we're proposing to conduct the same level of redistricting tasks as it relates to the special primary or the special election in 2 weeks with 1 week of QC, whereas previously, earlier this year, we did that same level of work. I'm sorry, did you say 4 weeks with 1 week of QC, or was the 4 week period inclusive of QC?
I believe it was inclusive as we had the QC all the way through. We also had the support of the Secretary of State as everyone was conducting redistricting.
Right.
Whereas now it'd just be us. So.
Okay.
I just have a couple of quick questions. So when we're looking at the orange boxes, you say AIP would start on May 26th, but really it would start on May 27th, which would be the same day as the election day because that's Memorial Day.
That's a good point.
Right?
See, I don't even think about holidays anymore.
Okay,
Yes, you're
so-
right. That would be the first day of AIP.
I'm looking at this from the worker perspective and the voter perspective and saying, if we try to run an election, 2 separate elections, AIP starting on one day and a general, that's like mass voter confusion. Like I just from somebody who's been a poll worker, I just don't think I don't even think that's manageable. Like to me, that second option, that the first orange option is not feasible because we're actually talking about AIP, like starting on the same day as the general would be for that.
I would agree with that.
Okay, I just want to clarify that that would be what we're looking at.
I just want to say, Debbie, I totally hear you. I don't think anybody wants a vacancy for any amount of time, so I totally feel you on that. But at the same time, like, we can't afford to not have a election run smoothly. So as much as I don't want to wait 6 months, I just don't know what option we have.
I don't think we need 45 days. I mean, if you add up all the days they need to get all the Jarvis stuff entered, we could condense this a little bit.
What would your proposal be? I mean, this is
I
the,
don't know. I haven't really sat down. I would need to, I'm sorry, I thought I had it on. I would have to sit down and look at a calendar. I don't have a proposal. I think it's a long time, 6 months, half a year, to conduct a special election. I brought with me special election House District 34 that we had in 22. AIP started March 14th, we're done April 5th.
I'm sorry.
I think qualifying was, I didn't get the qualifying date.
No worries.
But I asked Sally about it, and she thought, as far as she remembered, there was only like about a 2-week period in between qualifying and the primary, which is, like I said, the law says no less than 15, no more than 45. So she's probably right. It probably was about 2 weeks in between.
okay.
One piece of the pie I forgot to mention is preparing the equipment and logic and accuracy testing. So coming off of where we'll deploy nearly every single piece of equipment we have in November, on top of the possibility of flipping a runoff very quickly, there is always going to be the possibility of us not having our full armory of equipment after a really difficult November and a quick December runoff. And so I did pad a little bit in the LNA because I think coming off of 2 very busy elections, depending on where the runoff is, that to ensure that the staff accurately LNAs every single piece of equipment is really important, to make sure that we're deploying equipment that has been properly tested. When we did redistricting previously, we started LNA, we got about a week through, and then when we were QCing the ballots, we realized that we missed some combos, so we had to start completely over. We actually ended up having 3 versions of the May election because we had to start over twice. And that is because of redistricting. And so knowing that, I don't want to get a week before AIP begins and we're redoing LNA for AIP. We are very grateful this would only be out of 2 districts, only half the county, but we are still concerned with the turnaround time on the equipment, which is a
Can't
big
you
piece.
LNA the primary equipment, the AIP equipment?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have to LNA the general. You can LNA the, right? Or
I don't think I'm understanding your question.
you don't take the equipment from the early voting and general are done separate LNAs, correct?
Correct.
That was my point. Can you not go ahead and LNA the equipment from early voting? It gives you a little more window on time.
This takes that into account.
Can I just, I'm gonna, 2 commissioners sort of said, I don't want to go this long, and I know we're not going to get into.
I'm sorry, you said what?
2 commissioners said, I don't want to go that long without a vacancy. And I want to say, if we're talking about vacancy, we're not doing the green schedule. Like, that's not, if we're talking vacancy, then you're on the orange schedule. Because you got to use, if we're filling a vacancy in a county office, then you are using the statutory deadlines that fall in line with the bottom thing. So that's what that's doing.
I'm not arguing for the green schedule. I'm arguing for condensing whichever schedule we end up with because of the time frame that we're looking at.
Hence the reason why I inquired as to whether there were any proposals with respect to, as opposed to February the 11th, are we talking February the 1st, January 29th? I mean, so.
No, what I'm saying is that if there's a vacancy, which is what we should hopefully have some court clarity on. So
Right.
We always know, we can't always count on the court to give us clarity on things that we hope we have clarity on.
But just if there is a vacancy, we don't get to make a decision with respect to.
Unless the court says that code section doesn't apply and we don't have to follow
Then
the
we
code.
go with the
that's
bottom
in-
one.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so, which again, that's a relevant point, not a point that we will pass on here on this board. So I guess my question for you, go ahead, Ms. Fisher, I was just about to ask you a question, but you go right ahead.
No, I'm sorry, because I think it's going to affect what you're going to say. It wouldn't be a vacancy because the term ends. The term ends December 31st. So it wouldn't fall under the rule, the law, for a vacancy.
I'm not going to debate the law and interpretations of the law. We have been very clear during the entire pendency, almost 2 year pendency of that. That's not within the purview of this board. And if I am misstating something, Mr. White, please jump in here. But I do believe that that conversation, that topic begins to veer into interpretation of the law. And am I correct there?
Yeah, no, that's just not, that's really not this board's, you
Exactly.
don't declare vacancies, but what we're saying is if a court does declare a vacancy, or if so a vacancy is either declared by the body that says there's a vacancy, in other words, the Board of Commissioners could say it, or someone goes to the court and gets it declared vacant.
Understood.
That's when we look at, and so what I also want to make clear is this is not, the board's not issuing a call for election today. The board is talking about a proposed schedule, and you would have presumably, hopefully, the information you need by that time. But what you're looking at is saying if there's a runoff, and we're not talking about vacant seats, then the earliest you could do is the green schedule. If there is a runoff and there's no vacancies, then the earliest you could do are these two orange options.
So we are talking
We were
about
just
vacancies.
whispering, because we're wondering, are we taking a vote today, or is this more of just a
You don't have to.
discussion? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the same type of conversation that we had at the board retreat about whether something was, yes, it's on the agenda, it notes vote required, but that just lets you, for informational purposes, correct?
If you wanted to adopt the schedule, it would require a vote. You could table it.
Of course.
You could just pull it off the discussion. I mean, if you're going to do something, then it would require a vote.
Of course, Mr. Bruni.
But if we don't set a schedule, we're not going to know whether there is a runoff or not, a general runoff from the November election until November the, whenever it is.
5th or 6th.
8th.
Isn't it?
Well, it's actually, would be the 11th. The 5th is the election.
Yeah.
Right,
But
Certification.
but the
until,
certification.
until there's a certification on the 11th, we wouldn't know that there is a runoff or not. Is that?
Yeah, you want to know the runoff. The information you might know that you don't get to decide is whether there's a vacancy or not, which would
And
say.
so I think that too, I think to Ms. Affrett's point earlier around, which was clarified by Director Fall, as to what are we considering, whether we vote on it today or not, it would be, if there's no December runoff, then it's, for our purposes here in front of us, for those that are here, we've got a reference to I'm referencing kind of the green. And then if there is a runoff, it's one of these two options, but obviously Director Fall has suggested the option that would align the general with the state mandated election with respect to the Public Service Commission seats. And that's then what kicks it out to that half-year point, or the 6-month point. Okay. Yes?
I would like to move to adopt the election in conjunction with the budgeted June election if we do have a runoff. And then, of course, if we don't have runoff, we'll go with the green option for no runoff.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor as provided by Ms. Affrett to align, in the event that there is a runoff, align the general election and the respective dates for the primary and any related runoff with the June 17th general election that will be held in 2025 for the Public Service Commission. That's the motion that's on the floor. Is there a second?
Wait a minute, I thought it was the green. if we
Right,
don't
well, I
have
mean,
a
the green
runoff.
is, yeah, I mean, I think the green is just understood.
The green, we would adopt the green if there's no runoff, and we
Right.
would adopt the June 17th election if there is a runoff.
Right.
Right.
Okay, we're in
Didn't-
the middle of a
didn't-
motion,
oh,
so.
sorry.
I apologize for interrupting you, but we're in there was a properly made motion. There was clarification to make certain that we got the properly made motion correct. Is there a second?
I'll second that so we can discuss this.
Right, for purposes, let's get to the discussion point. So it's been moved and properly seconded. Is there discussion? The mic is yours, Ms. Fisher.
I thought Tate said, maybe I misunderstood what you said, that holding it on June 17th with the service commissioner, you were concerned about mixing up the equipment. Can you,
No, so that would be if we did the middle option where we held our general election on May 27th, because we would have separate, we'd be running two simultaneous elections at that point, one for Public Service Commission statewide and a separate election for Districts 2 and Districts 4. If we do it on June 17th in conjunction with the Public Service Commission, it'll all be on the same ballot. It'll all be one election that's programmed together, just regular election equipment for the whole county.
And I believe to Ms. Mossbacher's point, there wouldn't be, or there's less likely to be the amount of confusion, given the fact that these two elections are taking place at the same time, with Election Day being 20 days apart, 21 days apart.
Correct. That's the goal.
Is there any further discussion with respect to the motion that is on the floor?
I just have a question regarding the green, which is the earliest one. Is that actually realistic that we would not have a runoff?
We have not seen, the deadline for certified write-in candidates hasn't passed. So I'll have a better idea after that. So we'll know if we have any certified write-ins and any third-party candidates that may be qualified with the state. We didn't have any independent candidates qualify for us at the county level, but we're not sure if any independents qualified at the state level for the offices that the state parties qualify for, or that the Secretary of State will qualify for. So after the write-in deadline, a certified write-in deadline, I'll have a better answer for you.
And when is that? Yeah, when is that again?
That's a great question that I don't know off the top of my head. Give me a second to look it up.
Is it on the
Because
schedule?
my main concern is creating some sense of like continuity for the staff, that they know, okay, here's our schedule, here, like, people want to plan vacations and those, like, thinking ahead to that. And also we have candidates, and I think they're both here, and I think that they sort of need to plan as well. Does it make more sense, and I don't know if we're allowed to just say, this is the schedule we're going to run with, in terms of if we pick, let's say, we pick that third orange one, or do we have to go with the green one if there's not a runoff?
So I understand the desire for staff and everybody to be, but the order says as soon as practicable. And so that's sort of a legal, like, and you can do it this way where you say, look, staff and everybody will know if there is no runoff, this is gonna be the schedule. But if not, we're gonna go with the other one. And I think that meets the spirit of the order, is to say, if we can get it done, if there's a runoff, we could get it done earlier. But if there's a runoff, then there's really not much way to get into redistricting before January.
So certification of write-in candidates is September the 16th.
Yeah, so it looks like the
So the
deadline for them to
deadline is
file is the 3rd, and then we certify them the 16th, yes.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll have an idea at least by the 3rd, and then we'll know for sure the 16th if they actually, we have to check all their paperwork and make sure that they actually are certified.
So we
the
could
16th.
effectively by middle of next month, we will know, have a better idea of
Have a
which,
better sense.
of one or three, which we're going with. But with this motion, we'll have set it to be one or the other.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes. Is there any further or discussion? Ms. Fisher, you looked like you were about to say something.
no, I was about to, but I thought better of it.
Okay. Well, we'll note that there is a properly made motion, which has been seconded, to adopt consistent with Judge Hill's order to adhere to the schedule as provided by Director Fall, in the event that there is a December runoff, in the event that there is no December runoff, a primary would be held on February the 11th. A runoff would be held, election if need be, would be held on March the 11th. And a general election would be held on April the 29th. In the event that there is a runoff, the primary would be held on March 18th. The runoff, if needed, would be held on April 15th. And the general would be held on June 17th. And thank you, Ms. Mossbacher. So that is the motion that is on the floor. It's been made and properly seconded. We've had discussion, and I believe, unless there is any unreadiness, I'm going to call the question. Yes, sir.
One question. If in either scenario, if we don't end up with a runoff, can we move the dates up?
If there's no runoff for the primary.
Yes.
So with that third option, we could not, because those are the dates laid out by code.
Understood.
For the first option, I think that would be a possibility. I'm hesitant because we always have to plan for a runoff. Just like our dates that are set forward by the Secretary of State always includes that runoff. We did have a runoff in one of those two districts already. I'm not sure if the same people are up to the task again, but that's not something we'll really know until qualifying and we see how many candidates step forward.
So with your hesitation, and rightfully so, given what we've seen, obviously, in the primary and that resulted in a runoff earlier this year, it sounds like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds as if your suggestion would be to just hold fast to these dates.
Yeah, if that's an idea of what y'all want to see that possibility, I would only feel comfortable moving forward with that after I have a chance to speak to the state election director to see if that's allowed for us to have a possible date in the event of a non-runoff. I'm really not sure, we're in a lot of unprecedented times here, so I'm not sure if he'd be familiar with what we could do, but I hesitate to make a decision before speaking with him.
Makes sense.
Call the question.
Absolutely happy to do so. All of those in favor of adopting the schedule as described, that being, and again, thank you, Ms. Mossbacher, because now everybody can see it. The no December runoff option in the event that there is no runoff, and then the second option resulting in the general election for those two district seats being held in conjunction with the state mandated Public Service Commission election that takes place on June 17th. All of those in favor of adopting that schedule, please indicate as much. Any opposed? There is no opposition. The vote passes unanimously. Thank everyone, obviously you, Director Fall, as well as for your support in providing context, Mr. White and everybody for their vote on this.
If I could just add two things.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll get these dates on the website as soon as possible tomorrow. Additionally, we've been asked about qualifying fees. After speaking with our council, as well as the state election director and the Secretary of State Council, I wanted to make sure there were no requirements on their end. We've decided that we will move forward and reimburse all people who ran in 2 and 4, or who did not get the opportunity to run in 2 or 4, with their qualifying fees they filed with us, with our office. So I leave it to the parties to decide their half of that. But we've never cut checks from that bank account. So I'm going to work through what that looks like, and I hope to get all the candidates an update by the end of the week on when those checks, when you can expect them. And of course, any questions y'all have, please reach out to me. We're all on the same team, and we'll get through it together. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question. Thanks. Okay. The next item on our agenda, I will turn it over to you, Ms. Mosbacher. So, it's section 229230, voter challenge policies. Everyone has received those policies. I presume has had an opportunity to review them. And then for the purposes of this discussion, give me some guidance and direction, and I'm deferring to Ms. Mosbacher as she was the primary author in pulling them together and facilitating getting us drafts. So first and foremost, thank you for your effort. How would you like to proceed?
I mean, I feel at this point everybody's had an opportunity to review. We've been through several iterations, and I would move to adopt the procedures and guidelines for voter challenges pursuant to OCGA 21-229 and OCGA 21-230.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded to adopt the procedures and guidance for voter challenges submitted pursuant to OCGA 212-229, as well as the same, procedures and guidance for voter challenges submitted pursuant to OCGA EA 212230. I want to call for discussion.
From the beginning, we were to have a lively discussion on these policies, which we did not have at the retreat. And now we're just going to vote with no discussion,
I just called for discussion. I literally
No. I would like to go through them point by point, and I think it was Stacy that had the idea that we should possibly vote on these by the point, not as a whole. And I think there's a lot of things in here that I think needs serious discussion.
And I don't believe that discussion cannot take place, hence because we are in the midst of discussion.
All right, well then, I'll just read my comments on
Absolutely.
the issues that I am really adamant that get dropped.
Okay. And if possible, citing a section reference and/or page number will help us follow along.
So happy to do that. D, information requirements, page 2 of 10.
And
220, 29.
I was just going to ask which one, 229. So D.
Page 2.
Okay.
Number 1, adding death, mental incapacity, insufficient age, felony conviction, status change of residency of the voter. The only ones in there that should remain, insufficient age and change of resident, because you can, excuse me, death, mental incapacity, and felony convictions by law must be removed immediately, and it doesn't have a 90-day rule. And the law's not ambiguous on that. So requiring those challenges to go under this is just improper, and I believe...
I apologize for interrupting you.
That's
You
okay.
said page 2 of 10?
I think I'm reading from 2 of 10.
That's not we all have 2, I believe we have 2 of 7.
Oh, I printed it because I added to it.
Okay, so.
Because I put my notes in there.
So
It's
if you could-
page 2,
Okay, D, what's the subsection?
informational requirements. Am I not on did I print the wrong version?
I think you printed the wrong version, but.
Can you find informational requirements?
Why don't we do this? I will so I just printed it as was attached to the agenda. So the PDF that was on the agenda, or that included the agenda. So that's why I think you're looking at
In the version that's attached to the agenda, It's section 2 standards, item B, informational requirements. That's the section that you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Jennifer. Can you talk into your mic?
In section 2, informational requirements B is what I think you're
So
looking at.
that would be page 3 of 7 on the draft
Okay.
that was included
This
as
is
an
the-
exhibit to the attach, or the agenda.
Okay, so,
And this is what was presented on 7/31.
Right.
so
if it-
does this include felony, death, mental incapacity in this segment?
No, I don't believe it does.
Does anywhere in here include that?
I mean, when you say included, I'm trying to understand.
I don't understand it either. It's a part of the informational requirements if that is the specific basis of the challenge.
I believe you all required Eugene to include his felony challenges into 229.
No, that is not correct.
That's what he was told. If he wanted to have his 229, if he wanted to have his felony challenges heard, he had to do it with his 229.
Right, well, we,
Is
at
he
our most.
still here?
I
No.
don't know, he's
No,
not.
I don't.
And Mr. White, please jump in here if I misstate something. We had a laborious discussion around those status-related removals, status-relating removals being felonies, death, and mental incompetency. And we indicated that those are handled under a different section.
So-
And, go ahead.
My recollection, and again, we'd have to go back, we get lots of emails from Mr. Williams, but my recollection of the back and forth was that he submitted it as a request for list maintenance, which is a 228 request, really, saying, hey, I think you should look at the GCIC records that I'm submitting you and remove these felons, and there may have been some other ones too. And so I think the question was, are you submitting these as a challenge? If not, these particular things are already preempted on 231 by the processes in there, which says the Board of Elections, the superintendent of the county shall, and there's a whole, there's a list that's issued by whatever different state agency deals with felons in that section, and then there's another one about vital records, and another one about citizenship, and there's a whole list of processes that the superintendents follow for that list maintenance process. And so he was, he was asking the board to consider those, from my understanding, as more of a list maintenance proposition. And our response was, well, those are covered in 231 and we follow those processes. Do you want to submit them as a 229 challenge? And that's, if you look in 229, you can still do that. I mean, that's part of the informational requirements is that you have to say the specific basis. And that's straight from, it's from the code. I mean, we're just taking that from 229 and 230, so.
But they do not have a 90-day restriction. Mental incapacity, felonies, and death do not, they can be removed immediately under any circumstance.
But that's not in this section.
Well, it is in the version that I apparently read.
So let me just, I cleaned
So-
up a lot of this in the last two versions. And so hopefully you have the one that went out with the agenda.
Which is, if I might add, is
No,
the same.
I don't.
It's the same one that was provided with the board retreat.
Okay, yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
it's
It was before the
still
board
draft.
I
seven-
thought that's the one that I worked on
Do
here,
you,
but-
does
but-
yours have draft 73124 in the upper right-hand corner?
No.
Okay, so when this was initially sent out, 3 days before the retreat, July 31, we specifically put July 31, 2024 draft in the upper right-hand corner and noted draft on it such that to attempt to maintain some version control.
As long as it's not in there, I'm okay with it. If
You
it's
have
in
it,
there, I'm
but you
not.
have it right there.
No, that's Steve's, and
Oh, okay.
and I'm not, I'm a pretty fast reader, but
Right, right.
I'm not that fast.
So
And
let's do this.
So,
I have a red line of the July 31, 24 draft to the previous draft, which appears to be what you are looking at. I'm happy to provide that to you. And again, it's a comparison of the previous draft, which I believe you're looking at, to the July 31, 24 draft, which was distributed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I printed the sister document that I got in what we were sent. If I clicked on, there was a lot of documents flying back and forth.
Okay.
If I,
And I want to clarify, the 90-day thing is still in there, but the way it couches it is to say, you know, there are certain ones subject to the 90-day quiet period. That's on page 207 here, and that if the board determines it's systematic less maintenance under those, but there's no automatic thing saying that it would be deaths or, you know, any of those things would be under.
but if he wanted to file it after the 90-day
Then we would-
deadline,
then that
he
doesn't
should
fall
be
under that.
able to.
Then,
On a felony, mental incapacity or death, he should be able to.
So, yeah, we'd have to look and see what he submits. I mean, for sure you can challenge it, but
Or
what?
anybody, let's not just use Eugene. I
Right.
mean, we're not writing these for Eugene, I hope.
Oh, no.
But,
I actually had to push back the other way to say, we have to remember.
You
that
raised Eugene, not us.
Well, I think he's under the impression, as was I, he has to submit under a 229, which I'm just pointing out, I don't believe that's legal. But, moving on, so we aren't here all night.
Okay. So
If
just to
it's
be
in there,
certain,
if it's in there, I adamantly oppose to it, and I would take future challenge to it being there.
okay, duly noted.
Okay. Also,
Give us a header, because
let's just,
the title
the
of a header.
county list, the portion that says no limit to number of voters challenged.
No limits to number of voters challenge.
Is that the name of the section?
I don't believe so. I believe she's likely referring to what is now
Subsection D. limited.
challenge to inactive voters. Is that what you're
That's-
referring to?
that's it.
Okay. So on page 2 of 7D2, about 2/3 of the way down.
Okay, the word active, county list of active voters as of the date of this challenge. Okay. You're absolutely right. The law does restrict you from removing an inactive voter. However, as witnessed today with the report that I sent you that came from the voter roll of the Secretary of State, there was over 17,000 and change on that list of inactive voters that have not had communication in over 8 years or over, and have not voted. The last year, the last person voted was 2012. That's 17,000 people on our voter rolls that are inactive, and you're telling me that no one can challenge those.
So I did not have an opportunity to view the report that
I
you
would have got it to you sooner, but it took a little while to get it all filtered.
Understood. I'm just clarifying that
And I'm making a point. You shouldn't be able to restrict people from challenging inactive voters.
There's actually nothing here that restricts them. We actually have gone back and revised the language. For that reason, if a challenged voter has already been placed on the inactive voters, the board will reject the challenge. Anyone can file any number of challenges they deem to be appropriate.
Well, David, let me just give you some context. There's a large number of voters that frankly, I don't know what sources you pulled that from, so I don't know, and I'm not even sure how.
The Secretary of
No,
State's $80 voter roll for Cobb County.
Sure. So, one, I'm not sure what your headers mean, but I want to point out that there was a pause for at least a couple of cycles where some of these voters that are on the inactive list may have had no contact longer, but because of some of the litigation that was going on up until 2020, the state wasn't putting people on inactive for I don't know how many years. I'd have to go back and remind myself. There was a pause in that. So there may have been some older voters, and it's like, wow, that's been a long time since some of these people voted. And so if they were put on in 2020, we are now getting to that second cycle, and so that's where they.
This
that's-
is 8 years, Daniel, since they've had contact, 8 years.
Right.
And so
it's
that-
not, but what, no, let me, hang on. You're saying 8 years since they had contact, but this is, that's what we're talking about, is like when you send them, then put them on the inactive list. That was when the state was doing their list maintenance process. That's how all of these people that haven't voted since 2012 or whatever, that's how they ended up on there, because the state put them on there through their process that they followed after a pause. So we've got a whole chunk of, a backlog of folks that are gonna fall off in the next couple of years as the thing get current from that gap. I'd really rather not speak on all that without going back
Well,
and getting the exact
actually, the
dates.
law is only 5 years and 2 federal elections.
Right,
So
and what I'm
they're
saying is we're about to go
way
past-
past that, and that law's been in effect
Well,
for
if they
3
haven't been
years,
on inactive
3
that
years.
long. The
2
thing
years.
is 2 federal cycles since they're on the election, on the inactive list.
Daniel, they've been on the inactive.
Can I interrupt for just a
and
second?
by the way, those aren't my headers, those are the Secretary of State's
I know, but
headers.
Right, but
So,
This part of the policy is not in relationship to the actual last time somebody voted, but the time at which they were placed on the inactive list, correct? Like,
Right.
that's why we were looking, when we revised this section, at OCGA 212235, that actually does tell us what to do with an inactive voter. So we are looking at a specific code section that addresses inactive
did you look
voters.
at 234?
We are-
Because 234
The title
also
of
tells you
212235
what.
Let's not
is
interrupt
inactive.
each other.
Okay.
The title of it is inactive list of electors. I believe it's pretty clear. We've had counsel, we've had several, lawyers review that piece. It's not just unique to our policy. It's in several other counties. And I feel as if that is, what we are looking at is the date that somebody became on that inactive list. Correct, Daniel? That's really what we're talking about.
And we discussed the 234 issue last week. I know some people don't
Right.
accept it, but those are 2 different types of qualifiers used on the list of eligible voters versus inactive voters, and we've looked at that. So, yeah, this is specifically referencing 235.
Exactly. And it does reference that in the 731 version of the policy.
If the elector makes no, 234, if the elector makes no contact as defined in Code Section 212234, during that period, the elector shall be removed from the inactive list of voters. The problem with this, as I see it, leaving these people who really should not be on the voter rolls, all you have to do is show up at a polling place, when in fact most of these people should have been taken off at least 3, some of them as many as 7 years ago. They can show up and vote.
Well, I don't think it's just a matter of showing up and voting.
Yeah, yes, it is.
If you'll just please let me
Okay.
respond.
Okay.
And to the extent that our elections director is probably even more astute at this than I am, it's just not a matter of showing up and voting. My understanding is that there is a certain certification and an oath that they must sign. Am I correct, Director Fall?
Correct. An oath that they sign says under perjury of law that if they are not being truthful to the idea that either they were put on the inactive list incorrectly and they never left that address, or they need to update their address, that is the true testament, and that under perjury of law, they are saying that that's the case, and then they're allowed to vote after they sign that affidavit.
And Debbie, I would just offer, if you have an amendment, you could submit that as a motion to amend this, and then we can just move on and see how we can get through the policies. So if you just want to make an amendment to that.
I don't know why I can't hear you.
If you just want to amend, we have a motion, so I would recommend, if you have an amendment to a section, just offer that, and then we can address that amendment. That's probably the most efficient way to process through all of these.
Well, if you want to go through all of the issues I have, it would probably be best to make one amendment, not separate. I don't know, unless we're going to vote on these independently, which I thought we were going to, but.
So if I might, to Ms. Mosbacher's suggestion, if you were to make an amendment, I don't disagree that providing kind of a comprehensive amendment might be helpful. what would your amendment be here, just so we can keep track of it during the course of the discussion?
Well, let me look at the real language in the real document. Which was page what?
It is page 2 of 7, section D2. 2 is about it's 2/3 down the page.
And let me just, in terms of Robert's rules and all of that, like, Ms. Mosbacher is correct. One way you can handle this is to say, offer an amendment, and if you want to make it one specific and move through each one point by point, you can offer an amendment. If there's a second, then you can now debate that new one. If there's no second, there's no amendment, and you continue
And it
debating
fails.
the original one, and you can offer another amendment, ask for a second. If there's no second, you go back to the original motion, and you just keep debating that, and you can just keep offering amendments until they either get seconded, and then you're debating a new motion. So that's the way you.
During the course of discussion.
Yes, and I pity the secretary that has to keep track of that, but that's a way to do it.
Good thing it's recorded.
Right.
Well, the way it reads, it still really, I have a real issue with it. Challenge to inactive voter. Georgia law prohibits the board from removing an inactive voter from the list of voters until the day after the 2nd November general election held after the elector is placed on the inactive list of electors.
That's a
One thing that everybody keeps not reading, that is only true for eligible voters. Eligible voters. Those are voters who really do still live here. They're voters who haven't been ruled incapacitated or a felon. It's only for eligible voters. In NBRA Section 8D, the word eligible is used 13 times. The word ineligible is used twice, and it is in the case of a change of residency. So the way this is worded, in my opinion, is unlawful. And I can't amend it. My amendment is to strike it.
Then that would be your amendment.
Okay.
So, Mr. White clarified for us that during the course of discussion, one can propose an amendment and.
Vote them all at once.
Well, no, what I was saying, Debbie, is that you can propose an amendment, an amended motion by saying, I want to amend the motion to strike approval, but to strike this section, and if it doesn't get an amendment, if it doesn't get a second, then it just fails, and we just move on to the next
And
one.
what do we, anybody taking bets on this?
Well, it's a way for you to get them on the record and us move through them.
It is a way for me to get it on the record, and I appreciate that.
Yep.
I do just want to point one other reason why it shouldn't be there.
Okay.
Because actually in 235, if we use my report as a scenario, right? It says if the elector, an elector placed on the inactive list shall remain on the list until day after the 2nd November general election held after the elector is on the inactive list. This law is actually out of date. Because
I think we have an amendment, right? So do we have?
It actually is out
No.
of date, but if the elector makes no contact as defined in 234 during that period, the elector shall be removed.
So, I'm sorry.
And
when you-
that's in 235.
Understood. So
B.
I'm
I'm sorry.
trying to address the concerns. You made reference to the code citation or the language that is cited here being incorrect. But I also note that did you make a motion for this D subsection 2 to be stricken from the? Okay. So
did.
there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second And again, this would be a motion to amend the proposed approval of this policy or procedure and guideline document to remove section D2, actually 1D2. Yes, Roman numeral 1, D2. That's the motion that Ms.
The amendment.
Fisher made.
Yeah. She's offered an amendment.
Offered, yeah. She offered an amendment to the motion to remove 1D2. Is there a second to the proposed amendment of the motion? The proposed amendment fails for want of a second. Okay. As it related to your earlier point, I believe we addressed it, but we did not address it, like, the NVRA is not there, and it's a little bit difficult to address the first point that you made, because we do want to get the things on the record, because NVRA is not referenced in the area that you believe it to be
The
referenced.
MVRA is referenced throughout this, and
I'm talking in the, that's why I said specifically in the area you indicated that it was referenced, when raising your very first point.
well, in talking about the reason for this rule, it does involve the MVRA, which is what gets you on the inactive list. It does.
Understood,
right?
I mean,
Okay.
we can't act like the NVRA doesn't exist, so yes, it is referenced here. I was just trying to be certain that the point that you raised at the outset was addressed in the same manner in which we just addressed this.
Well, I would
But it's
recommend-
difficult because that section reference that you referenced is not here.
I would recommend that anywhere we reference inactive voters, you need to go back and look at the meaning of the inactive voter depending on where it is.
At this point,
It
we're,
needs to say eligible or ineligible on the removal. Okay, I'm just saying.
I understand, but we're in the middle of the
No
discussion.
No problem. I raised these issues with you all before we did this, so.
Are there other issues that you would like to raise as part of discussion for, on the motion to approve?
Yes,
Okay.
I do not believe that we should have the word inactive when it should be eligible, because the MVRA, the rule that we all hide behind, to put you on inactive in Georgia for 8 years, it's eligible voters. And nowhere in that whole code does it use the word inactive in the MVRA.
Understood, however, I believe we are looking at the Georgia code, and the header in the Georgia code for section 212235 refers to inactive list of electors. It is a separate list of electors that is maintained, so while I understand the reference to eligible as it's set forth in and ineligible in the NVRA, we are drafting this consistent with Georgia code because the section references 229 and 230 that give the opportunity to vote, to challenge a voter, are set out under Georgia code. So if I'm understanding you, you're suggesting that we don't look at Georgia code that references inactive?
No, I'm not
Okay, then I'm
suggesting that
mistaken.
at all. 235 is about the inactive voter list. How they got to be inactive is from the MVRA. And you cannot remove them just for not voting. They have to have not voted in 2 general elections, et cetera, et cetera. That's what makes them end up being inactive.
Can I just clarify? I'm looking for, I'm trying to see if you got an amendment. I mean, there's overlap between what 234 and 235 do with regard to the NVRA, and we understand, I think the board understands your position about, but is there an amendment you're proposing that they need to consider?
If a person is on the inactive list, that does not make it impossible to remove them. If you have proof in writing which the challenge did. They registered for a different state to vote,
Can I tell,
and they were still registered here. There was quite a few of them voting in both states, not quite a few, but there were enough. That makes them become an ineligible voter.
I get your,
They
I know
can
that's your.
legally be removed
Debbie,
under, right?
I understand your legal position. I'm
Okay.
asking, what is your proposed amendment to this? So that they can consider it. That's not a proposed amendment, that's a legal.
I thought I said it. You need to go back through and wordsmith it and make sure that instead of using a term, the only two that are used in MVRA is a valid voter and an eligible voter. But anytime we say you cannot remove an inactive voter, that is just not true according to state statute, HAVA, nor the MVRA. It's not
So
true.
it sounds as if your proposed amendment would be, for lack of a better way of putting it, a Control F to find and replace inactive with ineligible?
No.
Okay, then I completely missed what you just said.
The inactive isn't inappropriate once you make it to the inactive list. But we interchangeably are saying, if you're on that inactive list, we're going to reject your challenge. That's the overall premise of this whole policy. We're gonna
Well, that
reject.
provision.
We're going to reject your challenge if it's on the inactive list. Yet, in fact, he's challenging residency. And in fact, a person who registers to vote or changes driver's license in another state becomes, under 217 and 234, becomes ineligible.
Let me see if I can short circuit this.
Please.
First of all, the people on the inactive list are not on the eligible list of voters. They are presumed ineligible until they sign an affidavit saying that I am
on the
eligible.
inactive
So they are not on the eligible list of voters. They are on a separate list of inactive voters that are not eligible to vote unless they come in and sign an affidavit saying, I swear I'm eligible to vote and all this stuff, this information is correct. So that's one point. No, wait, let me finish. The second thing is, the second thing is, if we're talking about amendments to this thing, the only place that inactive thing is listed that you're talking about is in that subsection 2 that you just moved to strike. You're saying it's referenced throughout. It's not. So I think your motion's already being considered.
It has.
So if we want to move to the next subject you want to bring up, that's probably the most efficient use of our time.
Here's my guess. So, because we're already at 7 o'clock. I'm not going to continue to argue. I'll just make a statement after you all approve it, because I don't hold out any hope any of you are going to vote, or the majority is going to vote for any of these things. I find egregious. Charging somebody to exercise the right is egregious.
Is that the next proposed
No,
amendment?
I'm just proposing that I sit down, be quiet, you guys vote to pass this, and then we'll
And Debbie, I want to make clear, I don't want.
You're well within your right, but
I
that's not
know.
what has transpired here.
No, you're right, it isn't, but I'm being realistic.
Okay.
I'm not gonna get the votes. So rather than waste everyone's time listening to me go on, I will just write it, and next time we have a meeting, I will read it, and we'll take it from there, rather than wasting everyone's time with my objections you all have already read.
Understood, and that is,
And
again,
I've got it on the record. I totally oppose the way it's worded. I totally oppose the whole way we look at inactive voter lists and challenges. And I would ask you take out completely any charges. I think it is really egregious. So with that, I'll quit bringing up everything. You all can vote.
Well,
and I withdraw my amendment for the second part.
Okay.
Okay, and then you all can vote.
all right, well, I do have, there may be further discussion, and I know I have a question, as was raised to Mr. White with regard to the provision related to cost. So a concern has been raised with respect to the cost, suggesting that that provision is contrary to state law. And so I don't believe any of us would propose to approve a provision in this policy that is contrary to state law. So, Mr. White, did you and your colleagues have any opportunity to look into this request to determine whether there is any provision in Georgia state law that prohibits or is contrary to this section that's proposed in the policy?
Sure. Well, let's just start by, I want to point out that the original version, the original proposal was based on the open records model, which I did not, I looked at it and I did not see any, and that's a very specific process that's laid out by the state in the Open Records Act, and it did not overlay onto what I thought was appropriate in terms of the board's authority. But the general rule around your powers is you have the power to do the things that are listed in code and things that are inherently like adjacent. There's a specific case site that I don't have on me, but that are implied basically with those powers. And so I looked at other areas for where this is justified where as an implied power of a state agency or a state authority, state officer. And the closest analogy I could find, and I didn't find anything that would imply that you could use the open records, charge the lowest rate for the lowest paid, the rate for the lowest paid employee. That's not an implied power. That would have to be a specifically granted power. But there are examples, and the clearest one is, say if you filed a civil action in court, you're required to serve that on the different parties, and it says you shall serve them through the sheriff or the marshal or through your own process server. Those are your options. It doesn't say who charges who or who has to pay for service. None of that's in there. It just says the sheriff shall serve them or the marshal shall serve them. And then if you go look there, so that's the example is that when you file a complaint against somebody, you have to give them notice. And so that's what part of this is, probably the most cost in this is the actual sending of notice to the voters who are being challenged here. And so when you're talking about a handful of voters, that's enough of a thing, but we're talking about 3,000 voters being challenged and notice having to go out to 3,000 voters, that really increases your cost. So what we're saying here is if you're going to bring these, really any level, but especially if we're going to start seeing larger voter challenges based off these databases that are being put together by different software products or whatever, then that's a burden on the staff. What you're doing is asking the staff to do the research that and the service that your system doesn't do. And so we're saying we're not going to charge you for the staff research, and for the other things that the staff might have to do on it, that's more of an open records model, but there is justification in the code for saying you have to pay to serve the people that you're trying to remove from the voter roll. Just like if you were going to sue somebody in court, you have to pay to serve them. It's not expressly stated in the Civil Practice Act or in the code about the sheriff that they have to charge you. That's just part of the cost of bringing a lawsuit or suing or bringing somebody to court is you have to serve them with notice, and that's not something that's expressly put in the law. But it's obviously an implied power of the clerk and of the sheriff. So that same type of implied power I would think is justified here.
And just to be certain, using your analogy with respect to filing a lawsuit, the cause of action is under Georgia. It's a right that is afforded to me under Georgia law to file that lawsuit. Correct?
Yes.
Like whatever lawsuit I deem I want to file because I've been aggrieved in whatever way. And the only reason I'm going down this kind of trail here is that it has been raised in public comment that this board should not assess a cost to a voter or a challenger who is simply asserting a legal right. But that's the same thing that happens when someone files a lawsuit, correct? They are asserting a legal right under some provision of Georgia law to file a lawsuit. So that happens there in that context, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And as you say, you know, you might want to consider at some point, you know, you can fill out a pauper's affidavit. I can't afford to file this lawsuit that I actually have a right to file, so you could show you don't have the means. So that might be something you want to consider. But otherwise, yes, if you're going to sue one person or 200 people, you have to pay to have them served.
Okay.
But those service charges and court fees and everything else, when I choose to exercise my right to take someone to court, those are codified.
No, ma'am.
Codified. It
Well-
spells out who picks up the service, does it not? Service fees?
Not in
In
911-4.
specific, huh?
Not in 911-4, it doesn't.
I could have sworn I've read that several times in different codes, but okay, I'm wrong. Any way you cut it, it's wrong. If we could say 100% that we had clean voter rolls, because they are, I think, providing a service. Now, some people can abuse it, and if in that case, then they should be probably just rejected totally.
Okay.
But it's just wrong.
Understood that's the position that you have. That was the question that I have, because obviously I have a significant concern about, or would have a significant concern about approving a policy where a provision is contrary to state law. That being the case, the question that I had has been answered. My concern has been resolved. So I believe we had a motion on the floor for the approval of both the 229 policy and the 230 policy. It had been properly seconded and amended, made and seconded. We've had discussion. Is there any unreadiness, or are we ready to call the question? Correct. Okay. All of those in favor? Any opposition? It's duly noted that Ms. Fisher is not opposed, or is opposed, but the motion passes 4-1 to approve both policies, or procedures and guidelines. Okay. I note the time is 7:07, and I believe the next item on the agenda is the bylaws. Yes, sir.
And it doesn't say, but I mean, we cannot vote on the bylaws under the current bylaws.
That's why we remove vote required.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would suggest we put off the discussion till later.
Yeah, Mike, I'm sorry, I believe, Mr. Bruning, you are proposing to table the discussion?
Yes, I'm proposing to go home.
Okay. That being the case, Mr. Bruning is proposing to table the discussion. Is that a motion, sir?
Yes.
Okay. There's a motion on the table to table the discussion of the proposed amended and restated bylaws. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded to table the discussion of the proposed amended and restated bylaws of the Cobb County Board of Elections and Registration. All of those in favor? The motion passes unanimously. I believe the next item on the agenda is board member comments. I know, Ms. Fisher, you requested that this precede, if I recall correctly, executive session, but I do note that we have a need for executive session. Are you fine with?
I've made all the comments I
that you
think
need?
I'll
Okay.
make for one day.
Absolutely. So that being the case, is everyone fine with moving board member comments until after executive session, if there is even a need for board member comments at this point? Okay. So the next item on the agenda is executive session. Yes, sir, Mr. Bruning?
So moved.
We need to say what for?
For what?
For pending litigation. Yes, pending litigation. Okay.
Pending litigation.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded to move into executive session for the purposes of discussing ongoing and/or pending litigation. All of those in favor? The motion passes unanimously. Everybody knows the drill.
Ms. Salas, I spoke with the communications director during the break, and I just want to point out, I'm not asking, and I don't think the board will be taking any votes after executive session. There's no need that I see it. So
Right.
I think the broadcast can end. We can come out of, you don't have to have the broadcast going. We talked about letting staff go and just
Right.
continue the executive session, come out of, and assuring there's not going to be any votes
vote
afterwards.
that's necessary to be taken. Yeah, I'd spoken with Mr. Cavett as well. So no, we do not anticipate that there will be a need, or there is no expectation that there will be a need for a vote to be taken once we exit executive session.
And the Board of Commissioners does that regularly, I understand, is where they say, we're going to go into executive session, no votes afterwards, so we're going to end the broadcast. So
Okay,
let folks go.
so that being the case, we will end the broadcast. We appreciate those that have diligently remained with us for these 4 hours.